treat people fairly. I'll now invite the clerk to lead us in a word of prayer.
Right Honorable Speaker, our Deputy Speaker, leadership of Majority and Minority Party, honorable members of the Committee on Appointments, colleagues in the Secretariat, may I request that we bow for a word of prayer. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as through the interest you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Amen. So, Sergeant, bring in the enemy. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome to this Committee of Parliament. This is a Committee on Appointments. It's a constitutional and statutory committee, grounded also in the standing orders of Parliament. It's a committee that will interact with you to assess your suitability or otherwise in going to the office of Cabinet Secretary, to which the President has nominated you as Cabinet Secretary for East African Community Affairs and Regional Development. This committee is chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly, yours truly here. On my right is my Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Gladys Boss. On my left is the Clerk of the National Assembly, Samuel Njoroge. At the background there are part of our support staff. I'll now invite the members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Junet Mohammed, MP Suna East.
David Kosing, MP Pogos.
Mary Mase, MP Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP Northi Mentimeru.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Faraka Nifi.
Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadian.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala, Garissa County.
Mishimboko, MP Likoni.
Adiham Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
We have some other MPs who probably are on the way. We've seen the weather is not very good out there. You are Beatrice Askul Moe.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Have I pronounced your name correctly?
Yeah, it's called Beatrice Askul Moe.
Moe, yes, correct. Welcome once again. You will interact with us on oath. So I'll invite you, depending on your faith, to take the Bible or the Holy Quran or the Holy Book of the Hindu religion. Which one
The Bible, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Bible. So be upstanding, take the Bible in your right hand, and recite the oath that you will be shown.
I, Beatrice Askul Moye, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You may take your seat and sign to the oath. Documents, give them to the sergeant to pass them on to the clerk to cross-check whether they correspond with what is in our possession. Having done that, I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you, sorry. I'll invite you, Beatrice, to introduce yourself to the committee and to the country. People are watching. Tell us your name, your educational background, your work experience, and any key competencies that make you feel you are suitable for appointment to the office as Cabinet Secretary. In 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm called Beatrice Askul Moye. That is my current marital name. Previously, I used to be called maiden name Beatrice Askul Nakusa. Both are my names. First and foremost, I would like to really thank God the Almighty for speaking to the soul of our leadership to consider me in this appointment. And my thanks goes to His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, for feeling it better for me to be the person appointed for this opportunity to serve this Kenya, if appointed. Currently, I'm married. I'm a mother of 3. Back to my personal status and education. And before that, I will speak how I was born. I'm born in Lokichar, Turkana South Sub-County, Turkana County, in a place called Kapese. Kapese is family known for the oil block, Block 10 BB. If you remember the Talo exploration thing, that is the area where I was born. By the late parents, mom and dad, may their soul rest in eternal peace. Thereafter, I went to Lokchari Mixed Primary School. After finishing my class 8, I was called in St. Joseph's Chepterit Girls High School in Kapsabet, Nandi County. I started Form 1 up to Form 3. Reaching Form 3, by then when we were called, there was special allocation for girls who would join provincial school or national school within the county in terms of the needy ones. I was privileged to be one of those who are considered when I was called at Chepterit Girls High School, Kapsabet. So I enjoyed the privilege of being supported by that fund up to Form 3. I don't know what really happened. When we were now reporting Form 4, it was too unfortunate that we were told the fund has come to an end for political reasons. By then, being a student could not even tell what it is to be political in disconnecting your future. So that is what happened. A number of us were affected. Number of students that were supported in the alliance schools, big schools, national schools were affected. So what finally happened was, I sat home. I stayed home for 9 months, and it was simply because I had no way out. Because even as we were in school primary, we were using the school feeding program to support ourselves. Because that is when I had a school feeding program, I always know what it means to be fed to go to school, or to go to school in order to get food. Now along the way, you get advantage of getting to school, or even to learn. So after that, I felt like I can't wait anymore. I had to register myself privately in Kitale High School, one of the schools in Kitale, just to finish. So after finishing, I had shortly to join Oxfam as a food relief monitor, just to make ends meet. I only did that for 1 year, and then thereafter I decided to go to Kobuje Social Development Training Institute, where I did my certificate, and all this was because the government institutions were less in Turkana. There were more of churches, institutions, and non-government organizations. So any training you would go realigning with the opportunity around the place. And the opportunity was to serve either in a church institution or to serve in an organization that is an NGO. So after that, I had to get a job. After the training of the certificate, I had to be employed with AMREF. That other experience, I'll not speak about it. Okay, thereafter, I went to Catholic University of Eastern Africa. I graduated. And then thereafter, I had to do my master's degree in governance and ethics. It is at graduation level. I have finished theory. I have cleared all that I'm waiting to graduate. Now, on the side of experience, I worked as a relief food monitor with Oxfam. After my training with Kobuje Development Training Institute, I joined AMREF Research Kenya, AMREF Kenya that a program that was dealing with livestock and eye dirt disease. And it was basically in the northern part of Turkana, by then the greater Turkana North. And then thereafter, I was able to be appointed in the Rift Valley Water Services Board as a director. The first attempt was, I was interested to really getting into the nitty-gritty of development in terms of what is going on within the management. So I happened to be picked as the chair for audit, which I served for 1 year. And then thereafter, I managed my way to become again the chair for technical, because I really wanted to influence policies and the things that would really work out something different in Turkana, because I had a better ground of what it was to benefit from government institutions. So thereafter, I was able now to join county government of Turkana as a CEC in charge of water, agriculture, irrigation, and reclamation. And that was then the bigger ministry in the entire, though thereafter they had to split it and even have 2 chief officers and are working under one CEC. So thereafter, I now became free to, after that I became free to join, to listen more on political happenings of the country. So I was close, I was in ODM, so I was following things around the party. Up to this moment, that is what I can say.
Thank you, Beatrice. I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to ask you the first question.
Thank you, Mrs. Moy. You know, Kenya's arid and semi-arid lands have suffered documented historical marginalization. Currently, there's a lot of attention on climate change and climate resilience, and therefore, the docket to which you're nominated, the East African Community, the ASAL region and regional development, is actually at the center of this. If approved, what is your vision in respect to this historical marginalization of those areas, and how will you help steer that vision of ensuring that there is climate resilience and more speedier development in those regions? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Madam, it is true, arid lands where I belong, fortunately, Turkana falls under arid lands. I suffered many years of marginalization, and I tend to believe I saw that happen because I was present and I'm present where these things were being done. The marginalization that is coming to these arid lands is specifically on the stereotype and the information and the media that has reflected us in a very negative way. I also know we've never benefited. The arid lands have never benefited. Sorry to speak like this because I am also an arid person, so I've been a victim of these things. So sometimes when I say I mean the circumstances through which I also grew is relevant. So what we need to do right away to make sure this marginalization and everything else is working to the realization of climate resistance is incorporating the arid lands, the policies, the people, and everything else into negotiating, talking, and then have their issues raised in a way that it will finally come to the ministry at headquarters for policy influence. The pastoralists actually are the most that get effects of drought. They get effect of drought. They lose animals. They lose socioeconomic activity. They totally get affected out of this climate change. So by incorporating them into the bigger plan of the ministry, they will be able to speak from what they know, and they will be able to get better attention and better resolutions to the effect of this drought in a manner that would actually make them cope with what they are going through all the time. And also making sure, because it is one of the areas that is more affected in terms of receiving the impact of climate change, they need really to be cushioned in a way that they will be able to survive around these areas because they can't go away. That is their home place. That is where they know better. So by incorporating, it means we go and get homegrown issues that would be captured within the policy level. And even when we are talking of cushioning them during the drought, actually that would mean whatever that is supposed to be for them must be taken down to where they can feel and utilize it. So I feel the policies that are supposed to enhance climate resistance, the ability to cope, should actually incorporate, be from the top, down, down, up, so that at least there is that movement up, down, incorporating themselves.
Majority Leader, you've just come in. Are you ready to ask a question? Go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. Just for the benefit of the nominee, my name is Kemani Shongwa. And Beatrice, I see you have a very rich background in social work, and you also mentioned you worked with Oxfam as a relief food officer. And I'm certain you know part of your work in this ministry will involve the procurement and distribution of relief food. But this is one area that has been riddled with a lot of malpractices, especially the procurement and distribution. I'd want to hear what you would do if you are approved by this committee to ensure, one, that we have a very accountable system of procurement of the relief food and how it will be distributed on the ground to make sure that it gets to the right people, not benefiting government officers who are charged with the responsibility of distributing it. Two, I don't see in your CV and your work experience any experience touching on trade matters. And you know, the EAC docket with the East African community, trade is very critical. And part of the problems we have encountered in the recent past is having the government of Kenya not being present to negotiate on behalf of the country with the EAC countries. And we see an influx, especially of agricultural products, from onions from our neighboring countries, potatoes, at times maize. Farmers in the south and North Rift, where you come from, suffer with their maize, and they can't market their maize because cheaper maize is coming from our neighbors in the region. What specific measures will you put in place to make sure that you negotiate for Kenya so that properly at the EAC to get exemptions on the tariff barriers that are there to make sure that our farmers are protected? Finally, I see you are a member of the selection panel of the Azimio Running Mate selection panel. That, and I'm asking this question because it would have a bearing on your decision-making abilities and capability. Do you think you made the right decision in your running mate decision in Azimio?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Majority Leader, Mr. Kimani. Now, on procurement on relief foods, actually the procurement process does not really have to be specific to the relief food. Procurement processes under finance are very clear, they are well stipulated, and the procedures must be followed in the sense that if a particular government, a particular institution would want to feed the people, and you've decided on a particular product to take to the people, what you do is you just advertise as it's been, you do all those procedures up to where you award the tender to distribute. And now after that, by the trickle down and up effect that we are saying, let's incorporate the communities down and then influence what happens here, originating from them. What we will do, we will produce a list of the potential beneficiaries or those ones that need to be helped or to be cushioned from the drought. Then those ones, lists that informs those that will benefit. Because the story to do with whether food reach the people or not, it's sometimes the making of the careless people because they think God in heaven is not watching. It is just good to be truthful. When it is time to feed the people, buy the food, make sure it reaches the most vulnerable members of the society. So for me, the procurement process is still as it is in the other ministries, in the other public finance management acts.
Maybe before she moves away from that question, Beatrice, particularly what I want to hear, I don't know if you have been briefed from the ministry, what happens? In the procurement of relief food, they will usually go to some organization called the supplies branch. They pre-qualify people as suppliers of relief food with set prices. Then when they are procuring, they will usually just give tenders to those who are already pre-qualified within the system. But from the time the supplies branch is pre-qualifying people, the prices given vary. For instance, a bag of maize or beans a year ago or 9 months ago may not be the price today. What I want to hear in terms of getting value for money for the people of Kenya, will we continue with the same old system through supplies branch, or will you come in with new thinking to make sure that the procurement process is very transparent, you are able to match with the market prices? Because there's no reason buying a bag of maize for 6,000 shillings or when the current market price is 4,000 shillings, simply because the people who are pre-qualified by the supplies branch were pre-qualified at a time when the prices were 6,000. That's what I would want to hear. What new innovation, what new thinking are you bringing to the ministry?
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Kimani. My understanding is...
address them through the chair.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Through the speaker?
Yes.
Sir. Okay, I get you. Now, I think what we need to do is, of course, there are malpractices that people have gotten used to. And having been a relief monitor, the process are very clear, just like the way we would procure. Of course, there is pre-qualification. But again, value for money should be informed by the market prices, such that you don't bring people that escalate or put the prices up for other value, yet the market price does not go along with it. I think if I'll be approved by this committee, I'll make sure I'll be myself present in terms of, if this is the pre-qualification, what is the market price, so that we get value for money. And then on the side of trade, whether I have knowledge of trade, through the chair, through the, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I'm used to, sorry. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to say that maybe the issue of trade is not really captured in my CV, but I can assure you I'm from Turkana, where we ourselves trade with the community from Sudan, which is part of the state member of EAC, and we've also traded with a community from Uganda, which is also a member state of EAC. So when it comes to trade, there are two ways of doing it. One, there's that one of barter trade, where you are like commodity are exchanged for other commodities. There are also where monetary currency is involved. So, but sometimes, even as we speak of procurement being having variance in prices, I still believe even in the trade, the commodities that are brought, we must also study, because this commodity is not centralized in a place. It is all agricultural, sorry?
Nominee.
Yes, Speaker.
You didn't get his question.
Okay.
East African community, like all other regional trade blocks, trade is governed by rules. It's not about getting a bag of maize and cross to Sudan and come back with a cow, or vice versa. It is a trade regime that is complex, dealing with customs, movement of goods, who produces what, who sells what. And when the East African community countries come together, they formulate rules that govern how we trade with each other to give advantage to everybody. So his question is, your CV doesn't have anything to do with that kind of regime. If you are find favor with the committee and get this office, how are you going to handle East African affairs, knowing, and this has come up before, that Kenya is a poor negotiator at the table of trade with its partners, that we have that history. What are you going to do to improve our bargaining chip at the table of trade negotiations? That is the question that the majority leader was asking you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will answer that. Anything that is falling under...
Speaker, probably even just to put it in layman's terms. For instance, between us and our neighboring country, Tanzania, there are onions that come from there. The people of Loitoktok and Kieni are growing onions. But because of the EAC common markets, we don't levy duties on products coming from, no taxes are paid on products coming from Tanzania. We also take our products, like you are saying, you take your products to Sudan without paying duty, they bring their products without paying duty. But we need to protect our onion farmer in Loitoktok and in Kieni. And why we have failed as a country is because we don't negotiate properly at the EAC Council of Ministers to protect our farmers, because it's possible to exempt and say for this particular product, our country is disadvantaged and we need to levy duty so that what is coming from Tanzania becomes more expensive to protect our local farmers. It is that, what I wanted to know is, what would you do now to negotiate better? Do you have the appropriate negotiation skills to go and negotiate for Kenya?
Through the Speaker, actually what is happening normally when the two parties that are supposed to be enjoying their own sovereignty are involved, what you do, you really have to have the skill of communicating, negotiating. Supposed to be enjoying their own sovereignty are involved. What you do, you really have to have the skill of communicating, negotiating, consulting, so that at least you come to an agreement on give and take. Because I personally feel there's nothing impossible when the willing heart sit. And of course, we already know so much of what is happening in the world has come out of negotiation, consulting, reviewing. So if I happen to be appointed to this docket, that will be my work. I will make sure the partners, my equals in those countries, are able to agree. We can share the report because I know we are beginning from somewhere. We are not starting from a plain ground. Actually, we will have the concept of what may have happened, and then we discuss based on that to do give and take so that our own customers, our own, because of course something, when a product comes cheap, it is good to their customers, but bad to the producer who is doing the same locally. So what we need to do is, we need a situation where the producer does not take advantage of the consumer, and the consumer as well do not suffer, but again are able to accommodate and get these products at a price of give and take. And for Kenya, definitely being a Kenyan representative at that time, if that time come to pass, then it will be my role to get into the trade, negotiate with those people, agree, of course, as consulting also with our own farmers on something that we will put on the table as they put theirs. So we agree finally on what the policy that would govern that free trade without disadvantaging any part of the country.
Next. Your questions?
The one of the Azimio is left.
Yes, go ahead.
Through the chair, through the Speaker, that was then. That was then that I was among the panelists that were able to choose the deputy party leader of our party person then. Actually, you know, sometimes you work things as they appear on the table. I did fairness. Every party that was there had their representatives. They had their candidates also wanting the same. So there was no way I would take over. It's only issues that, as you said, issues on the table. We agreed, and we said the parameters of somebody who would suit a running mate should be like this, and those are the binding grounds through which people were vetted. And the person we got had what it took, because it was not the ODM that picked, it was all political membership that decided the vet. I was only one person from ODM, the rest are from the other representative of the parties. So I tell you, whatever happened, happened because there were benchmark through to operate. I was right at that time.
In any case, it was a political decision.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Junet?
Mr. Speaker, just to add to it, actually, I'm the one who appointed her to that committee. And I was satisfied with her work. She did a fantastic job. But anyway, that's beside the point. No, Kalonzo was going to become the president, up and belly. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, that is not the issue. I want to ask her, as somebody who has lived in Askul area, and you know very well that people in that area, as the Deputy Speaker has asked, have suffered for many years. And most of the time, they complain that they don't get any help from government. But today, you have been nominated from an Askul area to deal with those issues that affect those people who come from Askul area and from regions that feel marginalized in this country, despite devolution being in place and counties being in place that money is devolved. What different are you going to do if you are approved by this committee to help those people who live in the Askul areas? And secondly, you are going to become, if you are approved, the Minister for the East African Community. And you can see the community is growing. It used to be 6 in number. I think now they are 8 or something. DRC has joined. Somalia has joined. How are you going to harness the potential in that community, which now has close to 500 million people in terms of numbers? How will that be, helpful to you if you are approved as a minister by this committee? Thank you very much.
Through the Speaker.
Go ahead.
Being an Askul person, one who grew in a Askul, I tend to believe I have what it takes through my own personal experience and through what I was seeing people do in that area. Pastoralists are good people. Pastoralists, if you recognize, if they are made to understand things and then you are there to explain. Pastoralists are good people. They can adopt new initiatives when sensitized. If created an awareness, they can implement things that would be implemented elsewhere. So what I mean by me being there, I'll make sure they're involved in all these things that would improve their lives. Actually, I will be speaking from a point of information on what has been going on. As a pastoralist, I will be better placed to use my experience and my upbringing to make sure these communities actually get what they deserve without being traumatized the way they used to be. The information that is in circulation has never favored them. It is full of stereotyping. It is just too negative, poor publicity and very negative publicity. When I'll be on board, I will make sure the right information is given, the right analysis is given, so that their lives is going to be improved. At least be sure their own will be on board. And the information and anything that they would want to have will be truly from my personal life, personal experience. So be assured that one will be well done. Now, on the side of the growing economy of East Africa community, just as it is always written in the world of economy, you need numbers to grow the economy. You need a population that would do production. You need again a population that would consume what is produced. So if we grow and grow more, that will be to the advantage of the community, because we will have many targets around, they will have many supplies, we will have the mode of trade will really be up to it, because the people that will be producing and the people consuming and the people trading across each member state will be a good population that will grow economy in terms of value.
Thank you, Beatrice. Now we'll take batches of 2, 2, 2, or 3. Then you answer. I'll start with Naisula. One question.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to know from the nominee, in case you're approved by this committee and the National Assembly, how you will walk the tight balance between protecting the interests of our country while at the same time taking care of the interest of the community. There are allegations and misconceptions or conceptions that, Kenya and other countries in the community compete, like Tanzania, DRC, Somalia, on other interests. So how will you walk that tight balance between the interest countries and the community's interest? The last question is on issue of relief food. Is it sustainable that in 2024 we are still talking about food, relief food and tendering processes in the areas, the ASAL areas?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the nominee Honorable Askul. I want to know, Mr. Speaker and Chairman, how will the nominee balance, or how will the nominee gain confidence now that she has been appointed in the office of East Africa, and particularly on the ASAL, coming from one of the communities which fight other communities in the North Rift and in the entire ASAL? I want to know how she will gain confidence, because now many people are watching, and of course she knows the Pokosa, the Turkanas, are perennial and God-given enemies, and also the Samburus and the Turkanas.
God does not give enemies.
That is what we believe, Honorable
That's
Speaker.
not a statement.
Maybe you will change our thinking, but that is our thinking. So, Honorable Speaker, the nominee is being watched by the ASAL communities a lot. How will she address that issue of the conflict in the ASAL for them to gain confidence from her? Number two, the regional development agencies. These regional agencies, Honorable Speaker, there's been a thinking that these regional agencies are doing what counties are supposed to be doing. They should have actually disappeared and or work for counties. Now that they work in national government, and perhaps now and in this case, should Parliament approve her, they will work under her. She comes from the counties that believe that these agencies should work for counties. What is her opinion, Honorable Speaker, on these regional agencies?
Yes, nominee, we'll take Gikaria, or you'll rest a bit. Okay, answer those two.
Thank you. Through the Speaker.
And relax, don't be tense. Don't be...
I'm okay, Mr.
Yes, just
Speaker.
relax.
I'm okay.
And answer the questions as they come.
Mr. Speaker, I was only thinking that once there are 4 questions, and then I answer that one, then invite another
Now
one.
answer Naisula's 2 questions and Posing's question.
Through the Chair, the question by Mheshimiwa Naisula is on the country interest versus the community interest. Above all, I acknowledge the fact that the country is the appointing authority. And within the appointing authority, there is sovereignty of Kenya that needs to be protected. There's political interest of Kenya that needs to be protected. And I equally believe even those that are representing the community elsewhere have their own thing to protect. But now, in terms of the big agenda, Kenya being mentioned as the state that is dividing, that is pushing hard, not dividing, pushing hard for the full realization of East Africa community affairs, I believe it will not be like me alone. We will consult with the other teams. We will work on a joint decision. We will collaborate on affairs that would add value to the growth. Because at that time, it will not like I will be favoring them and disadvantaging the country, or disadvantage the country and favor them. Whatever way, I will be firm in terms of what is good for all of us as a country and as a point that would propel the growth of the community. So I will make sure it is balanced, but of course underneath, I will also know I have to protect the interests and the sovereignty of the Republic of Kenya.
On relief food.
On relief food, whether it is sustainable. Actually, for those who supply relief food to us, feel when they cushion us from the tough droughts, they are doing us a good service. But if we evaluate the period through which we have been having relief foods, there's nothing really much sustainable about it. I would explore a situation where we get alternatives, like putting a market to a choice where when you give like a safety net provision to the beneficiaries, they are able to go and buy things of their choice. Because I believe at that specific time, I also believe relief food is not well, it's not, if you look at the money they used to procure relief food is so much that would be turned into an activity in a good season. Like for example, if we have it's only in bad weather that relief food are important. But in good weather, the same money would be turned into an activity that would sustain the people positively in terms of investing food production, investing in the know-how, and how people would cushion themselves from the effect of the drought. But again, this habit of staying till they are bad enough to relieve, that is what is making our tribe, our communities in ASAL not to really have good image, because the pictures, everything at that moment of relief is terrible. But I wish we would turn that positively and say, instead of waiting for the bad moment to act, can we then use what would have been used to improve their lives when they are still healthy and good enough to run their affairs? So for me, it's not sustainable. It needs a better look of it.
Go to the next question.
Mheshimiwa posing question.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, honorable member should understand, I once served in the board of Rift Valley Water Services Board, which Pokot County fall under. So, and if he gets back to the records of what we used to supply to give that community in terms of water services, I had it as a Turkana then. I have never changed. The heart that I used to implement is the same heart that will still implement this. After all, I am only a Turkana by community, but by heart and everything else, I'm a Kenyan. I don't think if there's any Kenya, would it mean another Kenya, just because you cattle rustle each other or do things. Point 2, on regional development agencies. My take of this is the regional development agencies have mandates that they had before devolution. But in the event that some of their functions are overlapping with counties, I would want a situation where we will look at what exactly are the regional development authorities doing as a role, vis-a-vis what counties are implementing. Because being a regional development agency, for example, let me use one that is in my place and my Mheshimiwa Posing's place, called KVDA. KVDA crosses 3 counties or 4. In this regional development, we always believe the project that will be implemented cuts across those counties. So that means if we talk of what people had proposed that the devolved function should be handed over to the county, in a situation where one project is cutting across 3 counties, which county in particular do you devolve this function to? So it will be difficult to have one project divided into 3 counties because the project they may have had before is cutting across several counties. So for me, even if a function is devolved, what we better do is, let's make sure the bigger projects are done within the regions and the smaller projects be done in the county. In the event that the project implemented is cutting across 3 counties, the best for the region is, because I don't believe they will be doing smaller projects, region projects should be big enough to guarantee the region name called by them. So I think what we need to do is, if it is cutting across counties, then it is the representative of those counties that should be incorporated in the management of the region. That is my take. Other than saying, let's keep over everything and make sure it goes down. We also have to look at the capacities of counties. What counties can do, we'll allow them to do. What they can't do, we then, because that the devolved function does not really make a county different from national, because they are still under the central government, they are still under the regional government. At least at the end of the day, we need to regulate the policies, framework through which they will be operating. And for me, regions should be there to undertake big works, and if they do small works, then they better devolve. But if they are going for big projects that are cutting across counties, that incorporate other development activities beyond in a big way, then we need to maintain them. And in the event that there is a need for counties to be involved, then let the representation of county be in the policy level of that regional thing. So that is what I would say.
Can I make a follow-up question? That does not forfeit my opportunity to ask my question. Nominee, I hear you speak passionately about regional development and that they should go ahead. But you see, there is a framework in law. The counties are formed by the Constitution, and then you have the Regional Development Act, which sets out these regional developments. It is regulated by law. So it is not at your position to say you will allow them to go to do you think there is need to amend the statutes so that we align the operations to the Constitution? Probably that will now give us an idea of how you'll operate if appointed. Do you think there is need for a review, amendment, or even removing the law completely so that you allow the Constitution to succeed because it is the mother law of the land?
Through the speaker, sir, I never said I drop, because as we speak, I'm only here to seek the favor of this committee to be appointed. So I cannot go ahead and say it should be removed. I'm here to get that affirmation. My concern is the issue of devolved functions and duplication of services. But having come from a particular background of being a county government staff, I know capacities within counties on what they can comfortably handle and what they cannot handle in terms of the expertise involved, the magnitude of the projects that we may want to realize in regional agencies. My issue is, if the report that is informing this discussion is already on board, because I'm still outside till approved, if the information informing need whether to devolve it or to put it within the state agencies is informing the fact that they should review, why not? They can review the function, they can review balance works, so that now we see whether the information that would be before us would advise otherwise. So for me, I'm not saying we drop or we maintain. I'm only saying if the report informing what is being discussed will favor devolution, devolving, we devolve. It will favor the fact that we need to review activities that are undertaken by the regional development authorities, then we do that. Thank you.
Mary Mase, Dawood, and Murugara in that order.
Thank you, through the Speaker. Nominee, I want to hear your thoughts on the current East African Community funding mechanism, considering the fact that there are challenges already with the existing funding policy. We have partner states that are not honoring their obligation of remittances. So what alternative funding mechanisms would you be looking at if affirmed to this position?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. To the nominee, Madam Beatrice, I believe you have heard of the Equalization Fund, which was in Article 204 of the Constitution. Since establishment of the Equalization Fund, I believe it is about 14 billion, which has been allocated but has not been disbursed. Recently, in the last parliament, the law was changed from the areas which it was being disbursed to. Now it is going to locations and not counties, as was previously the case. My question to you would be, do you think it was the right decision that it goes to locations, or would you suggest that it goes back to the way it was? Because there is talk that it is not serving, it will not serve the purpose what it was meant for. So what do you think about it? And where do you think the Equalization Fund should be used, basically? Is it in the water, electricity, roads, health facilities, or where do you think it should be used? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And nominee, we see more ways to be caught unawares as a government by whether the disasters that we experience in the country, like droughts, or even when with blessings from God, including heavy rains and floods. The net effect of both of them is lamentations that we are crying to the world out there to come and help us because we were not ready for this. If we harnessed the rains properly, we would actually possibly ameliorate the effects of droughts drastically. What are you likely to do as the Cabinet Secretary in charge of ASAS as regards all these rains that we experience, which possibly we don't make use of, followed by lengthy droughts where we lose almost everything we own? What policies are you likely to put in place to ensure that there is a balance between the two?
Go ahead and answer those three.
Through the chair, on the Honorable Mary's question on AU funding, and some of the state members not remitting what they had agreed within the memorandum of partner states. My portion is countries, we can't assume that sometimes when the particular state do not remit, it's their own making sometimes. The issue of inflation and the rate at which economy is moving may not be favoring maybe some of these countries that are not remitting. Or even the countries that are remitting does not really tell that the economy around them is doing fine in terms of complying with what they had agreed. My portion of it is it then possible within the framework of what to be implemented to make sure we look at the alternative ways of fundraising, so that we as a member state of East Africa community explore to benchmark from institutions that have done similar services like African Union, so that we get to know which approaches are they using to sustain themselves, so that we can benchmark. And then what happens is we also need to talk to the member states to make sure once they agree and comply with what has been agreed, they better follow it and implement to the most effect of it. So for me, if a state is not complying by remitting what was meant to be remitted, then it is upon the negotiating team that would be there through East Africa Legislative or through the Council of Ministers at the East Africa Community to engage that country and see why are they not remitting. Because the moment they refuse or they fail to remit what is supposed to be remitted, that probably would mean now the slowing down of activities that would have benefited from the funding. So I think there is need to look for alternative funding. There's also need to look to benchmark on the units that have applied a similar principle and see how we can learn and how to capture some of the things they may have followed and then to sustain themselves, like for example the African Union approach as a benchmarking unit. That is what I would suggest. Or sometimes we can decide as member states to say, like, this is just about a suggestion, that if there are revenue to be accrued or taxes to be put on any import that is coming from non-East Africa community members, if something is imported outside the membership, is it then, if we agree, put a policy, a framework that would put a small charge that will automatically be put as a finance-sustained way within the East Africa community. I'm just proposing that and I'm suggesting that, which is subject to deliberation within the partner states. Now on Equalization Fund. Equalization Fund, as it was in the provision of the Constitution, was meant to tackle particular basic needs within communities and counties that were not at par in terms of development. For example, counties were supposed to use Equalization Fund in the provision to do a bit of education, to take care of water, to take care of roads, to take care of health, to take care of electricity. And this money was supposed to go directly to, I assumed it must have been the money for counties. And because of the many things that were not very clear then, it kept not being taken down. My question is, Equalization Fund, by virtue of their own targets, target a service that touches the life of a citizen of Kenya. So if this Equalization Fund, because education as it is as a component in Equalization Fund, has the Ministry of Education, it has the Ministry of Water, it has the Ministry of Roads, it has the Ministry of Health, it has the Ministry of that leads. So is it then possible to conglomerate all these systems, all these ministries, to talk and see, of course, engaging the legislative arm of government, that is you people here, to make sure the best approach is considered, so that we see, do we have to maintain it this way, or do you have to take this money to the locations? And for me, because it is still a debate, we need to incorporate all the ministries that touch, that their own activity touch on Equalization Fund. Issues on disaster or drought, and then in the country that seems to be taking people unaware. Actually, in my view, I feel people are not serious when it comes to handling of disasters and droughts, because I believe there are institutions in this republic that give early warning reports. NDMA gives early warning reports on the potential and the likely effect of the climate and the effects of droughts, all those things. If we would only utilize the report in early enough within the context of early warning to make sure the best is planned before, the best is prepared before the thing strikes us. But in the event that drought has come, the opposite of drought has always happened in Kenya. Like there's a season for drought, and again there's a season for floods. I wish we would get down and discuss. When we have plenty, the runoffs, the water that find their way to the lakes, that find their way to the oceans, then capture before it gets spoiled. Because as it goes down the rivers, it is fresh. Once it gets to the lake, gets to the ocean, it begins another process. Are we then, if we are serious with managing ourselves, managing disasters, are we then able to capture this water before it reaches the final destiny through maybe water harvest? And then turn that into food production?
Nominee, now tell us. Forget about we.
Oh.
You have been nominated, and if you find favor, you will become the CS. When you sit in that office, it is not we now. It is you, the CS. What will you do so that those extremes don't become a constant nightmare for our country?
Mr. Speaker, the reason why...
When there is drought, we die. When there is rain, we die.
Mr. Speaker, we need to utilize the water in this. But the reason why I use we is because I will not work alone. There are departments under which we will work together. There are technocrats that will bring their expertise into this. For the sake of this presentation, allow me to use we, meaning now the entire system that is supposed to intercept in reducing drought effects and those disasters in this community. I think what we need to do is, if I'm appointed or approved by this committee, I will be able to look at the measures that are sustainable and how to do water harvest instead of just leaving it go downstreams. The other thing is alternative means of survival. Like if you utilize a report of early warning, that would mean now we will prepare our people to caution themselves from the hard effects that may come through maybe sensitization or making them grow alternative livelihoods so that we don't wait thousands of cows to go down and then bring relief food, so that again we work around what they know to perfect the system and to caution them from the bigger effects. So for me and my team, and that's why I was using we, allow us to work around modality that incorporates all partners in this, to talk about it and come up with a solution. And that will be my work, to make sure we mobilize all partners that deal with the disaster, drought effects, to put their brains together and come up with projects that would reduce the effect without necessarily having Kenyans to lose lives.
Thank you. Owen, Robert, and Mule, in that order.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to ask the following question to the nominee that I'll talk about the East African community, Honorable Speaker. The East African community, we have a chair. I don't know whether you know who the chair is, the current one. And what is the protocol that is used for electing the chairman of the East African community? The protocol. The second one is you will be, if appointed, you'll be our top diplomat within the East African community, apart from the Foreign Affairs Minister, but you'll be our top East African diplomat. And you know we have the Political Federation Protocol. As it is right now, there are a lot of tensions among member states, where Uganda and Rwanda regarding border issues. You have Kenya and Uganda on the Migingo, which is also another border issue. You have the M23 rebels in DRC Congo that is pulling in Rwanda. You have the Kenya-Somalia territorial water dispute that has gone up to the highest court of the world. And then you have internal conflicts between Burundi and Rwanda. Based on this, do you think East Africa is likely to achieve a political federation? And do you have knowledge of the political federation protocol on the East African community, and how far are we in that protocol to getting a political federation? And lastly, Honorable Speaker, I've checked your educational background. I realize a gap. You start from a trade test to a certificate, then there's a gap, then you have a degree, then you have a master's. So how did you obtain a degree without a linking diploma? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Nominee, while answering Honorable Mary's question on alternative funding, I heard you mention that you would be proposing taxes so that they can be able to be used to support the community. And be careful, Kenyans are very uncomfortable with any mention of additional taxes. I have two issues. One is the Ministry of EAC is an important ministry, because I think what part of the protocol is that every one of the partner states has to have that ministry as a standalone ministry. Although Kenya, we have connected it also with ourselves. How do you believe Kenya benefits or continues to benefit from being in the East African community, noting that sometimes some of the trade agreements are not in our favor? So I'd like a clear answer on that one. And secondly, this is basically coming from the public since we started vetting. And you have served as in the Rift Valley Water Service Board as a director from 2008 to 2012. You also were a CEC in Turkana County government from 2013 to 2016. More or less, you have actually been working for the public and earning your pay from taxpayers. Now, the thing that public has been helping us to do in vetting is the issue of net worth, and they have been very, very particular. You've noticed all the headlines. Every time we have vetting, the main issue of concern is the value or the net worth of the individuals that we have been vetting. I've gone through your CV. You are saying you have a net worth of 100 million. I would like you to probably just to allay the fears of the public so that they don't think that you got this from Turkana County when you worked as CEC, to just tell us how did you acquire it? Because every time we have mention of money, people think that is all stolen money. So you need to explain to them how you acquired this money and that you've been paying your taxes appropriately, so that we can put this matter to rest. And you're doing this because of all the other candidates that have come before us who never got this question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome, nominee. A quick one is that East Africa community has a common market protocol of free movement of labor. And you know very well, in this country we have a huge batch of youth who are seeking for employment. What measures are you going to put in place to ensure that this free movement of labor does not come to disadvantage our youth within the country, that is Kenya? And secondly, as you are joining this ministry, if you are approved, I want to hear your mind on the East African Development Bank, whereby it is a bank run by the state partners, and sometimes as legislators, we have been not able to get clarity on the investment in this bank, the loan portfolio in this bank, and the capital investment of this bank within Kenya. Leave the other states, within Kenya, because you'll be representing Kenya when it comes to that. And last, we are aware that the leadership of this bank has been embroiled on mischief of leadership. Will you be able to come clearly and firm that you will be able to stand with Kenyans to clear this mischief? Thank you.
And answer those three: Owen Bayer, Robert Mbui, and
Stephen
Mole.
Through Mr. Speaker, the issue of who is the current chair for East Africa Community, I have read it is His Excellency, the President for Southern Sudan, Salva Kiir. And I think the arrangements of choosing is basically interpresidential arrangements, internal. So I may not really have details of it, but I wouldn't mind searching over it, because I was not anticipating a situation where I would get into the finer details. On the side of the diplomacy on political federation, on what is being contested within the borders of member states. Actually, the issue is having what I started with by saying every country has their own sovereignty and their political interest. The agenda to maintain the political federation here is at least the member states having the policies through legislative arm of East Africa legislation or assembly to come up with law that will give every state member an opportunity to implement what has been agreed for the good of the community. I know it is sometimes hard, but again, mediating, consulting, talking to them and their member states and all the key partners that add value to the political federation, be it within the countries of the member states or not, they need to talk to each other, they need to embrace, they need to be facilitated for the full realization. So for me, partnership, networking is very critical in enhancing the political federation. I know sometimes they would slow things simply because one decision arrived at may not be the decision that would be fast-tracked to be implemented. But with the proper consultation, continuous dialogue, continuous arbitration can bring us to a solution that would enhance the political federation. Now, on the side of...
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Owen.
Just, I don't know whether the nominee understood me. You know, there is envisaged a political federation of the East African states, including a currency.
Oh, currency.
And including, you know, bringing it together and forming a state of East Africa. You know? And there are certain steps that have been taken towards the realization.
Owen, I think you should also be fair to the nominee. There are three different things.
Yes.
There is common customs or customs union. There is common market. There is common currency, political federation. Each is a separate engagement. So if we are talking about monetary union, don't mix it with political federation and vice versa.
Speaker, what I was trying to do when I mentioned the case is to show that we are bringing together the East African. How far are we in that protocol, the political one, if you have any information about it?
In terms of political federation?
Yes.
I think because the most that leads is the political goodwill from the member states. So, and if we look at where we are right now, at least I see we are making progress as an East African community. Compared to what may have collapsed the East Africa community back 1977, the things that are there right now are structures. And if you look at the progress we've made so far, which I believe is out of political goodwill, if not so, of course, not in a big way, but even enhancing an agreement to have the legislative arm in Arusha is a step forward. If you look at the way we have had the secretariat on board, it is progress. If you look at now even the Court of Justice in Arusha, it is progress. At least the progress that is headed to the right direction. I know we've not achieved so much, but I assure you, at least we are beginning and we are headed to the good direction.
Question? To questions from Robert Mbui.
On my degree,
yes.
On academics.
Yes, the gaps in your...
Yes, I can explain. Actually, what happened is I took a course in certificate in a place called Kobujo Social Development Training Institute that was examined by Kenya National Examination Council. And if I were not, the fact that I have no diploma means I would have reduced, if I had diploma, I would have reduced my degree years to 3. And because I didn't have a diploma, I had again to go for a degree for 4 years. 1 extra year has been added because they said we cannot be, if I would have gone for diploma, I would have gone for a degree for 3 years. And because I went for 4 years, that is now meant to take care of the diploma that was not there.
Stop cheering the nominee.
through the chair on taxes. Actually, I know it is very sensitive right now in the Republic of Kenya to talk about taxes. Kenyans will come on you, and they will come for you. What I mean here is I was seeing an alternative way of sustaining the development and the activities within the East Africa community. As a okay, of course, there is remittance by each member state as a source of revenue to sustain the activities of the community. But again, I also said, in the situation where now some member states are not complying by paying, remitting, that would mean there is a gap in terms of activities to be implemented. And by virtue of that gap, I gave a window. I said, even if I never said, okay, the tax that would, I said a small tax, of course now assuming it is going to be agreed upon because one proposal cannot be implemented by one state. Even if you give a proposal of tax and then it goes before member states and they say no, it will still not pass. But I was looking at a way of making alternative source of funding for for East Africa community as a proposal. But that doesn't mean it's going to be taken as it is because I'm only proposing as one member if appointed. It will still be discussed by the others. If they will find it appropriate, it will be adopted. If they will not find it appropriate, it will not get anywhere. So that one was the reason why I was just suggesting need, without really looking at the tax, the need for alternative source of funding. The other, through the chair, the other question is the ministry importance in, sorry, come up again, sir.
The importance of Kenya being in the community.
Oh. Through the speaker, I feel Kenya is among the states that started spearheading the need to have East Africa community on board. The benefits are when you are a lead in a particular federation that seems to be big enough, one, it gives a country an image, positive image of wanting to grow itself and wanting to grow the neighborhood and wishing the neighborhood well in terms of economic, in terms of trade, in terms of the currency, in terms of the language, that is togetherness and the sense of belonging. That is positive in itself. Number two, when we enhance the collaboration on market, when we collaborate in terms of policy, when we work around things that would make Kenyan labor to move around the member states, if we look at things that would make some legislation to come, that in itself will market Kenyans in this manner. Our commodities, our supply will have an external market. Again, our technocrats that are not well absorbed in the country and they can get an exit of getting to these countries through their membership to be employed. Even the constraints that they undergo in terms of licenses to work, those documents, by virtue of being a Kenyan, and Kenya is a member state of East Africa community, that will give leverage to that Kenyan to just walk around the continent, the membership states, and get employed, look for a job. I mean, Kenya will benefit.
Yes, the question of, pardon? Your
the
net
question
worth.
of net worth.
Oh, my net worth. Through the speaker, I want to take you back to who I am. I am from a pastoral community that is still rich in culture. There is nothing about me, if you read that word properly. It is not mine. There is nothing under my name. But because the culture allows us to live in the manner we live, in terms of communal life, family life, that worthiness is not cash. It is the property we have. As I said, I'm married. My husband has worked in several places. He's been outside the country for 17 years. So I am telling you, this has nothing, even if you were to revisit when they were gotten, it has nothing to do with county governments. It has nothing to do with, this is the efforts and the humanitarian salary of somebody. So it is a family worth. Family worth, and you know, by virtue of being from that area, family worth is equally a community worth. Because when you have to support the neighborhood, you have to support your other relatives, you have to support. So basically, that well is not mine. It is our net. Our net worth.
Go ahead. Go to Mule. The question by Honorable Mule.
Is that on common market protocol?
Yes, it is on the Common Market Protocol based on the free movement of labor. And the second one was regarding the East African Development Bank, on the investment of this bank within the East African community, and particularly how Kenya has benefited on this bank being one of the shareholders of the East African community, and the leadership of that bank, and the assets the bank owns, because we know the bank is based in Uganda. How do we benefit, and how much have we benefited from this institution, Kenya being one of the majority shareholders?
Through the speaker, sir, on the East Africa Community Common Market Protocol labor, actually, this movement of the population, the expats.
Movement of labor, he's saying.
Yes.
Yes.
It's actually something that we need to enhance more. And in terms of benefiting Kenya, on the side of the bank, this one I'm telling you, if you're going to appoint me, I will get into this to make sure I get to the finer details. Because right now...
Don't trap yourself. That bank is not under your jurisdiction.
But the question...
It's under the jurisdiction of the Treasury. So don't trap yourself.
It's okay, Mr. Speaker, but you know...
It falls and it carries an East African name, but it's under the jurisdiction of the Treasury.
That is why I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, if it gets to where I can answer this question, I would rather have all the technocrats in finance and economics to advise on this one, because as at now, I am not well equipped with what to answer.
Good. And now, Raso, you'll take 4. Raso, Shurie, Mishi, and Rahab.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Beatrice, the ASAL constitute 70% of the Kenyan landmass. There are currently 23 counties that are considered to be ASAL, but 10 are classical ASAL and they fall under FCDC. And the major problem in ASAL is water, scarcity, and food security. If the House approves your nomination, what measures are you likely to undertake, or intervention measures, that those counties are likely to enjoy the same benefit as the rest of Kenyans? And remember, Honorable Lesuda asked you about relief, whether it is sustainable. But I want to add a rider to that. Should those Kenyans who live in ASAL be perennially accustomed or tied to relief food, or there must be something that the government, both at the county level and the national level, should do to ensure that those people are safe, whether there is flood or there is drought? Secondly, you worked in the county. Those of us sitting in the National Assembly, we feel that whereas the counties in the urban or fairly developed areas are doing extremely well with devolution, the counties in the ASAL are not doing as much. Tell us what is any success story maybe you can tell us from Turkana, or if there are problems, what are these problems that these counties are still tied in the past? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Shuria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just have 2 questions for the nominee. I think one you somehow mentioned it, but I just want to ask. The East African community is built on 4 pillars. Would you be able to mention them? And my question number 2, the ministry that you've been appointed for, has always been reactive to natural disasters like floods or drought. What measures would you put in place to make the ministry proactive rather than reactive on natural disasters? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my question to our nominee. I've known Beatrice Askul in the women movement, advocating for the rights of women. But away from the rights of women, I want to take you to the youth movements and the rights of youth, knowing that it is over 60% of the East African population are youth, and that is under 30 years. Most of the time they've been complaining of isolation, marginalization, and not being included in decision-making processes. Now, in case you are approved, what strategy are you going to use to engage youth in regional development? How will you ensure their voices are included in East Africa program on job creation and skill development? And also, how will you collaborate with youth councils, institutions like universities, across East African community to amplify young voices in regional integration? My last question, it is on the issue of security, especially for our fishermen in Migigo Island, knowing that we are using that resource among East African community. There have been some conflicts between Uganda and Kenya. How are you going to involve East African community in resolving such conflicts? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Rahab.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question to the nominee. The building of dams has been pursued previously as a way of addressing water shortage and mitigating the impact of drought in ASO areas. However, the projects have often been marred by corruption and argument of non-viability. These include Garana Kuraru, for example. What lessons can we learn from this project, and how best can the ministry facilitate ASO areas to have access water and food security? The other question is about the delays in freight clearance and how we normally get delays in the borders when the trucks are coming from the neighboring countries. Thank you.
You can answer those, nominee.
Mr. Speaker, the last question, I didn't get it from the honorable member. The last one.
You know, Beatrice, for example, when people go to Tanzania to buy goods, sometimes they can spend 5 days or even a week trying to clear their goods. What are you going to do about it, fast track that?
Okay, thank you. Let me start from a point. The process of clearing products and people's movement at the borders is true, takes a bit of time. And I contribute this to the poor infrastructure that takes so long. I mean, if, for example, you are moving goods from Kenya through the border, not all infrastructure facilitates the process of moving these goods. And I also see a situation where we have the challenge of corruption along the way, which must also need to be dealt with to reduce people pushing others to pay for what they would not have paid. And thirdly, I also feel like we need to put an IT kind of a digitalized system that would fast track the movement of goods and people from one place to the other. And that would fast track, because once the system is made that way, it is faster than where sometimes you find at the border, you go more manual. You wait one track to be done, a lot of paperwork involved. But if you digitalize these systems, it will fast track the processes of movement of goods. And then on the side of the dams, true, there are issues around the dams that were meant to be done, the ones you've quoted, and the water system not being in place this far. Actually, what I would suggest is when there is a need and the spirit of seeing development in a country for the sake of realizing needs of the people being attended to, actually it is prudent for an individual to make sure what we've advertised actually has begun, and once allocation is put, it must be started. And if the whole project is multi-billion, I would advise where you go the first way. You take this phase first. Once that phase is complete, you go to another phase. At least by doing that, you will get value for money per phase. Than where you put one project and maybe in the course of the many phases being started, there are likelihood of others being affected, and yet maybe you may have released all the money. For me, I think we need to be truthful to the process of procurement. We need to be truthful to the process of value for money. We need to be truthful to the realization of complete projects, so that at the end of the day, the issues of Kenya are attended, the suffering of Kenyans is reduced. Now, the other point, through Mr. Speaker, of Migingo Island. I have read about Migingo Island issue between Uganda and Kenya, and I believe the best way here, in fact, where it had reached, where now securities are not taxing the fishermen from the other state partner, was actually done away with. And for me, what I would suggest here, I'm subject to correction, what I would suggest here is where all the two states stakeholders that may play a role in this must converge to have a discussion on a better way forward. And to some extent, I would suggest that we have a legislative arm and also have Court of Justice in Tanzania, where they would take the lead role in mediating this issue between Kenya and Uganda, and also getting other non-interested parties, non-partisan, also come to arbitrate, so that at least at the end of the day, resolution is found and no citizens suffer. Through the chair, on the question of on the youth, Mishi, on the youth movement, and how the ministry will get them involved in the regional development. Actually, in every population of any state, the youth are part of the population. And I think it is time we come up with a specific affirmative action, just like we did with the women affirmative action policy, that enhances inclusion of women by all means. I think where we are headed now is to have an independent and a deliberate policy that will incorporate the young population of this country, the young professionals in this country, into every activity, not mine alone, not the Ministry of East Africa Community alone, even the other ministries. We just put a deliberate policy that would enhance their involvement, so that they also bring the young expertise, they also bring their bit of, as they also learn from the structure itself. So I think we need to do a deliberate policy on this. On the side of the pillars, there is, of course, there is enhancing the trade. There is the issue of the protocol that pertains to immigration. I've forgotten that one, but I'll remember. The poor infrastructure, these are part of the pillars. We also have the political federation as part of it. We also have the monetary policy being part of it. So these are the pillars that are supposed, and the trade and the market actually, as part of the pillars that need to be enhanced. And of course, there is also the issue of the language, where now people will move freely and communicate a language that will facilitate the fast tracking of what is supposed to be put to enhance the full realization of East Africa community. The other one is the county government.
Yes, Sharia.
I think she did well. She did 50%, which is good. The political federation and monetary. The other two are the customs union and the common market. Yes. Just to guide her.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Whether there is, through the Mr. Speaker said, there is a point that talks about whether Turkana County is a sample county in terms of effects of devolution as an ASAL area. Actually, I can speak here comfortably that for us, the Turkana community, devolution was like our independence. in as far as the rest of the areas were talking of their independence 1963. I'm telling you the independence of Turkana County started in 2013. Because the infrastructure that others were supposed to pick from, at least they had a background and they had to start from a particular level. In Turkana County, in water, in health, in education, in security, all those basic needs of a human being. Actually, we had to start from the point 1, including the nursery schools, infrastructural for schools, infrastructural for health facilities. We all had to begin. That is why, in as far as when Turkana was said to be receiving billions, I'm telling you what is billions in a beginning point where you had totally nothing. So for us, as people said, the beginning and the independence of Turkana County began in 2013. It is real. It's very practical. And even right now, we still need more. Because for a very long time since independence, they had never gotten attention from anybody, maybe because of the distance. Sometimes the closer you are to the network at the center, the better you are. When you are far away in terms of even being far in infrastructure. So I think Turkana case may be different. But on the side of solution to food reliefs and their safety, in terms of the disasters we receive, as I said, just like I've spoken on the youth, I think we need to do a deliberate attempt or a move or a framework through which we will make sure now all the partners in the Republic of Kenya that act or respond on emergencies put their resources together, plus the ministries concerned, and come up with one concrete thing that would be a permanent solution to these things. And again, being a reactive ministry, a reactive network, that would mean we are only waiting till the bad moment comes. That means we ignore the reports that are supposed to be giving a warning. There are institutions that give warning to what's likely to happen. But we wait too long till this thing happens, we lose lives, we lose livestock. Then when we come, that's the time we come to appear like we are pushing to do something possible. I think even us, as the victims of these disasters, need to push the partners that are within us. I know most ASAL areas have the biggest number of NGOs. I think this time we put a framework that will make them now think permanently in a solution-based way.
Vicaria, have you? Vicaria, we'll have one more of a member who came in late.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Vicaria David. I come from Nakuru Town East constituency. Honorable Chair, I think the things I wanted to ask has been asked, but I think it is important for us to put emphasis to the nominee that had an opportunity of going for a climate change conference in Arusha the other day. Honorable Speaker, when I reached Namanga, if you see the queue of vehicles from Kenya vis-a-vis the other side that are coming in, then you realize there is a problem. And I think it is important for the nominee to take charge and cognizant of that fact, that we can't have a smaller queue on the other side coming this side, and then a longer queue going on the other side. And this goes again to what Majority Leader has been saying. Maybe we need more information to the people in the transport industry and what we actually need for us to fast track our clearance at the border point. It is very unfortunate, Honourable Speaker, even when you go the other side, we were stopped. I think they just see a registration of a Kenya number. You are stopped at every police place where they are on the road, asking for fire extinguishers. And these things are the things that are need to be taught to these people, because the people are going into the transport sector every now and then. Maybe the nominee needs to, fasten that and be able to understand and assist our trading, our partners who are doing trade in the respective. Secondly, Honourable Speaker, we have been with you in a few of the interparliamentary games, where we talk of the tightening, widening, and strengthening our partnership. But it's only about sports and we go. And nothing much between interaction between the East African community on some very important issues that affect us. Of course, maybe it could be, it is important also maybe to have some session where members of parliament can sit together and exchange ideas on how to do trade, on how, and we had in the football section, Honourable Chair, is where we were talking about what the president, actually that is what is happening. The president has been insisting on this technical subject trainees graduation. and the effect that it is having in Uganda. And I think that is what we need to push more as a community for us to be able to, and including, Honorable Chair, you know, the Gen Zs has reminded us to remember our national anthem. If we can be able to say our national anthem, all the three stanzas. And when I went to look at that, it speaks volume. The anthem for East African Community anthem, again, is
you ask
important.
a question or making a speech?
I'm just a comment. Thank you.
Yes, Mary?
It's a slight addition. Honorable Nominee, I think the issue of queuing of vehicles along our border is a very serious one. If you go to Busia border or Malaba, and sometimes there's a queue all the way to Bungoma, and it is causing a lot.
Bungoma, to Tarbo.
To Tarbo, even to Tarbo.
65 kilometers of
and it has caused a lot of disaster.
Yes.
We've lost lives through road accidents, and it is really bad. I think that is one area, Honorable Nominee, that you may have to look into and find out what is causing. That is, if you are approved, what is causing it and what could be the permanent solutions so that we do not have vehicles queuing along the borders and causing a lot of other problems. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it's true what Honorable Mary Mas is saying. Big problem that vehicles queuing kilometers and kilometers in both Malaba and Busia. But I saw the other day somewhere that Busia County had put up a very big, they're building a very big yard near the border there to park the vehicles. But anyway, I agree with her, this is a problem.
But Nominee, well, if you get there, you know, building a huge parking for trucks is not a solution.
True.
We are talking of movement of goods and services to improve trade. Now, if you go and park your truck at the border for 3 days, is that a solution? It isn't. Because every time that truck stays there for 2 days, 3 days, is a loss to the economy. So go ahead and answer that. What Gikari has asked you before.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think...
Mr. Speaker, there is also this project that was done in the borders of one border stop, where one stop border solution post, where both countries are supposed to have people in one place so that fastens the movement of goods and people. I don't know why it's not functioning.
You have two, Namanga and Malaba.
Okay.
Yes.
No, even Hispania in Migori.
Yes.
The speaker is one.
Okay. And Moyale, I think. And Lunga Lunga. Go on.
Through Mr. Speaker, I feel I've also been part of this challenge myself some time back, where a truck can take a whole week to be cleared. But now, at least, now that it is becoming to our realization as an assembly, I think we need to, all of us to put our brains together and put all the ministries concerned into need to fast track the process of moving goods and services within this border, within the shortest time possible. So that again, we talk of infrastructure development that would fast track, and then the technology that would fast track these processes, and then we talk of the human resource that would use these facilities to fast track the movement of goods and services. For me, it is a team that needs the other partners in the infrastructure ministry, in the trade ministry, in finance ministry, to really come up and put our heads together and make sure something better comes out of it.
Thank you, Nominee. I'll ask, yes, George?
Thank you. Can I ask if, on behalf of the public?
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a comment from a member of the public. That EAC docket is a very sensitive docket, and I'm not sure the nominee really gets it. If you approve the nominee, would she be prepared to learn a lot more about it? That is the question from a member of the public.
Through Mr. Speaker, actually where I'm coming from, as at now, or as of now, I have been, since the time of appointment, I was able to only have 4 days to prepare myself, grasp all about the ministry as an external person. As soon as I'm going to be approved by this committee, trust you me, that tell the whoever has written that, I have what it takes. I'm from a community that has faced so many issues and have always gotten a solution to them. So as soon as I'm on board, I'll do my best. I'm young enough in terms of the energy to implement, to move, to learn, to share the experience, to get advice where I need be, to engage the technical people, to get me done in this. So I trust you, me, it is well. Assure that person is in safe place, is in safe hands.
Nominee. Yes, Russell?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick one. Somebody is asking if the House nominates you, it confirms your nomination, you'll be handling East Africa and the ASAL. What their fear is, one is likely to suffer, because these are two dockets back to back. Will you just confirm to them that that will not happen? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Anybody would be listening to us would assume that because much of the questions here are on East Africa community. But in the situation where we had to balance 6, 6, 5, 5, I would have attended. And again, as somebody who is at the policy level, we have already structures at ASAL level that would implement ASAL issues. We have the one for East Africa community that would settle on that issue. So I will only be balancing a team that is already on board, a team that has an expertise. It is not me alone who will implement it. So it's because of the amount of questions here that somebody is saying the ASAL may suffer, and yet I even come from ASAL. It's even bad to make that assumption. Maybe the mode of questions is what has made somebody to believe maybe ASAL may suffer. To assure him or her, I am an ASAL person.
But remember, Nominee,
yes,
that you have not been nominated because you are from an ASAL part of Kenya. You've been nominated because you're a Kenyan, and you must demonstrate suitability to handle this docket on behalf of the people of Kenya, not the ASALs. Okay?
True, Mr. Speaker, I was only answering because they said ASAL may suffer, so I was assuring the person that it's okay.
Now, there are some issues from the public before I come to one or two questions. One person asks, given the grades that you got at secondary school, how did you end up studying for a degree?
I answered it.
Yes, I'm just reading to you what the public is asking. Okay. The second one is, given the recent suspension of Uganda's milk products from entering the Kenyan market due to disputes over quality and standards, what legislative amendments or policies would you advocate to resolve such trade barriers and strengthen economic ties within the East Africa? Part of this falls within the trade docket, but you can answer. The second one, with the increased security concerns along the Kenya-Somalia border, particularly with the resurgence of Al-Shabaab activities, how do you leverage existing legislation like the National Security Council Act and propose new laws to enhance security collaboration among East African countries while ensuring free movement of people and goods? The next one, the disparities in economic development between Kenya and some EAC member states, such as Burundi and South Sudan, are significant. Would you propose any legislative measures to ensure equitable distribution of resources from shared regional projects such as those stipulated under the EAC Protocol on the establishment of the East African Monetary Union, where there are many? Answer those first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel the issues that are raised here does not only apply to my ministry, if appointed, it also applies to other ministries. Like if you speak of milk, milk is under food production. It's also under livestock. It cuts across trade. It's also part of finance. So once we are on board, if appointed, or if approved by this committee, Those are the issues that we will engage all our technocrats in agriculture, in finance, in any other relevant department to come up with a concrete policy and a framework that would guide. And the same applies to security that is there in Somalia. The Ministry of Defense will be involved. The Ministry of Internal Affairs will be involved. So all those stakeholders will be part of the solution to that. And the same affects the disparity of economic states, where we'll also have a Ministry of Finance, the technocrats in finance, economists in finance, will all, and the economists will all come and put their brains together and come up with a concrete solution. And of course, a way forward through that consultative forum.
Two more. Somebody asks, with counties like Turkana, Marsabit, and Wajir facing severe drought, what legislative measures do you propose to institutionalize drought response mechanisms, such as amendments to the National Drought Management Authority Act, to ensure long-term food security in these regions? The other one that I can pick out, because some are repetitions, is resource-based conflicts over water and pasture, such as those witnessed in the Turkana and West Pokot border regions, have escalated due to drought. What would you consider, would you consider proposing legislation for community-based natural resource management and conflict resolution frameworks, possibly through amendments to the Land Act to formalize resource sharing agreements? Can you answer that? Somebody is asking about the stalled Kainuku Bridge in Turkana. I think that's not your docket. Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On counties like Turkana and Marsabit, and amendment on response to drought, actually what is happening is, as I said earlier, we need a deliberate and team-based solution to these recurring issues, so that we put ways of a framework that would enhance food production, enhance water harvest, enhance alternative livelihoods, enhance value addition to this community, so that we reduce the effect of drought within the acts. And that one means all the ministries concerned, all the partners concerned, all the stakeholders concerned must put their brains together and come up with a long-lasting solution to what has been recurring. Now, on conflict of water and under pasture along Turkana and the other areas, the pastoral areas, actually true. If we borrow an initiative that we went one time when I was a CC for Turkana to the Uganda, and we found a very big dam called Kobebe that is supplying water all year round. I think it is time we adopt a solution that would run the citizens of this country with their livelihood all year round, in the sense that the dams are put, this water that is just running around, the water that is flowing down would be captured somewhere where it can be utilized by pastoralists, it can be utilized for pasture, it can also be utilized for food production by the very communities that are vulnerable when this strikes. So I think for me, it needs back to stakeholders engagement, consultation of all the key actors in this field to make sure we put a long-lasting solution to what the communities are suffering from. And also in situation where we go cross-border, in terms like when the community moves from this area to the other area looking for pasture, we need, as an institution of government, to move ahead of our citizens and lobby for safety and lobby for these things, so that when they encroach those zones, they are not attacked or they are not rebelled, causing deaths. So.
Good. Let me ask you one question, Nominee, or two. Do you believe in East African integration?
As at now, I believe, because it's about the impression. In the sense that if...
What do you mean, impression?
Sometimes people tend to judge a particular thing before they get into it. I think where there's a deliberate attempt, Mr. Speaker, to have it realized, we will all get this realized. Because the parties that are there are just within the neighborhood. We can't avoid the neighborhood. we will at any time engage the neighborhood. So for that matter, and for you to be peaceful, your neighbor must be peaceful. For you to grow economically, your neighbor must be growing. So, and because there's a cross-cutting issues, these crossing issues must be put together for a full realization of East Africa Community Federation.
If you find favor and become our minister or CS in charge of East Africa, we already have protocols for a customs union, for a free market, and a protocol for free movement of people, goods, and services. Take people. If you go to our courts today, every single day you'll find Ugandans being charged for being in Kenya illegally. You go to Uganda, Kenyans are in jail in Uganda for entering Uganda illegally. Tanzania, same thing, and all over. If you find favor and become our CS, what are you going to do to help achieve the implementation of the protocol on free movement of people, goods, and services, particularly people, so that you do not cross into a country where you have a protocol for free movement and you are bundled and thrown into jail for being in that country illegally?
Mr. Speaker, if I win the favor of this committee and be appointed as a CS for East Africa Community, the issue of custom union and free movement are within the 4 pillars of East Africa Community. So, and having it as a pillar must also embrace the spirit of the will within the member states to implement anything that has been agreed upon. So for effective implementation of this, effective realization of these pillars, then every member state must make a deliberate attempt within their own political governance to make sure these things are implemented to the best of these, of the people who are crossing, to the best of the business that's being carried across the border. So for me, I feel laws must be, a legal framework must be put on board. The infrastructure that's supposed to be facilitative must be put in place.
The legal framework is already there.
Then the deliberate intentions to implement from the partner states must also be negotiated, because it is one thing to pass, it is the other thing to get the political will of a country to implement what has been passed. So I think it is a matter of lobbying, matter of consulting, matter of arbitrating if possible, to make sure what has been passed is implemented to the letter.
A small 1 or 2 mundane questions to you. Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related reports or investigations?
No, I haven't.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party in Kenya?
As it is, no.
As it was?
Yeah, but I resigned.
Okay. Tell us your net worth.
It's 100 million.
100 million, which you said is family wealth.
For all of us.
It's for all of us, including me?
Yes, if you are
Okay. Okay, nominee. Your papers have been checked against what we have. They have been found in order. And the few memoranda that were there against you, actually, in fact, only one, and you responded, so we release you to go back to your duties.
Mr. Speaker, there is the bit of the well that I need to clarify a bit on livestock.
It is not an issue. We are okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to appreciate your guidance in moderating and protecting me. I would also want to appreciate the mutual conversation we've had with the committee. And if Almighty God that began with me will give you favor to see me through in this, I'm telling you, committee, you will be writing history in this Kenya. You will be appointing the first Turkana woman since independence. So please be part of the history.
As we look forward to the possibility of writing that history, I want to constantly encourage you. You are not going to be a minister because you are Turkana. You are going to be a minister because if we find favor, your competence and your ability to serve each and every Kenyan from Vanga to Kibish, from Lamu to Malaba, everywhere in this country. And now you'll go beyond. Okay. You must contribute towards the integration of East Africa. Some of us believe, dream, and live East African integration.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Sergeant will show you the way out. Have a good day. Yes. Members, you have saved 10 minutes, and that is the time that you'll have for your short break as they rearrange the room, and you agreed to go and have something out there. So let's go and do that.
The peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
So, Sergeant, bring in the enemy. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome to this Committee of Parliament. This is a committee on appointments. It's a constitutional and statutory committee, grounded also in the standing orders of Parliament. It's a committee that will interact with you to assess your suitability or otherwise in going to the office of Cabinet Secretary, to which the President has nominated you as Cabinet Secretary for East African Community Affairs and Regional Development. This committee is chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly, yours truly here. On my right is my Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Gladys Boss. On my left is the Clerk of the National Assembly, Samuel Njoroge. At the background there are part of our support staff. I'll now invite the members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Junet Mohammed, MP Suna East.
David Kosing, MP Pogos.
Mary Emase, MP Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP North Imenti Meru.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi.
Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala, Garissa County.
Mishimbako, MP Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
We have some other MPs who probably are on the way. We've seen the weather is not very good out there. You are Beatrice Askul Moe.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Have I pronounced your name correctly?
Yeah, it's called Beatrice Askul Moe.
Moe, yes,
you.
correct. Welcome once again. You will interact with us on oath. So I'll invite you, depending on your faith, to take the Bible or the Holy Quran or the Holy Book of the Hindu religion. Which one?
The Bible, Mr. Speaker.
Bible. So be upstanding, take the Bible in your right hand, and recite the oath that you will be shown.
I, Beatrice Askul Moe, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You may take your seat and sign to the oath. Documents, give them to the sergeant to pass them on to the clerk to cross-check whether they correspond with what is in our possession. Having done that, I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you. Sorry. I'll invite you, Beatrice, to introduce yourself to the committee and to the country. People are watching. Tell us your name, your educational background, your work experience, and any key competencies that make you feel you are suitable for appointment to the office as Cabinet Secretary. In 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm called Beatrice Askul Moe. That is my current marital name. Previously, I used to be called maiden name Beatrice Askul Nakusa. Both are my names.
First and foremost, I would like to really thank God the Almighty for speaking to the soul of our leadership to consider me in this appointment. And my thanks goes to His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, for feeling it better for me to be the person appointed for this opportunity to serve this Kenya, if appointed. Currently, I'm married. I'm a mother of 3. Back to my personal status and education. And before that, I will speak how I was born. I'm born in Lokichar, Turkana South Sub-County, Turkana County, in a place called Kapese. Kapese is family known for the oil block, Block 10 BB. If you remember the Talo exploration thing, that is the area where I was born. By the late parents, mom and dad, may their soul rest in eternal peace. Thereafter, I went to Lokchari Mixed Primary School. After finishing my class 8, I was called in St. Joseph's Chepterit Girls High School in Kapsabet, Nandi County. I started Form 1 up to Form 3. Reaching Form 3, by then when we were called, there was special allocation for girls who would join provincial school or national school within the county in terms of the needy ones. I was privileged to be one of those who are considered when I was called at Chepterit Girls High School, Kapsabet. So I enjoyed the privilege of being supported by that fund up to Form 3. I don't know what really happened. When we were now reporting Form 4, it was too unfortunate that we were told the fund has come to an end for political reasons. By then, being a student could not even tell what it is to be political in disconnecting your future. So that is what happened. A number of us were affected. Number of students that were supported in the alliance schools, big schools, national schools were affected. So what finally happened was I sat home. I stayed home for 9 months. And it was simply because I had no way out. Because even as we were in school primary, we were using the school feeding program to support ourselves. Because that is when I had a school feeding program, I always know what it means to be fed to go to school. Or to go to school in order to get food. Now along the way you get advantage of getting to school or even to learn. So after that I felt like I can't wait anymore. I had to register myself privately in Kitale High School, one of the schools in Kitale, just to finish. So after finishing, I had shortly to join Oxfam as a food relief monitor, just to make ends meet. I only did that for 1 year, and then thereafter I decided to go to Kobuje Social Development Training Institute, where I did my certificate. And all this was because the government institutions were less in Turkana. There were more of churches, institutions, and non-governmental organizations. So any training you would go realigning with the opportunity around the place. And the opportunity was to serve either in a church institution or to serve in an organization that is an NGO. So after that, I had to get a job. After the training of the certificate, I had to be employed with AMREF. That other experience, I'll not speak about it. Okay, thereafter, I went to Catholic University of Eastern Africa. I graduated. And then thereafter, I had to do my master's degree in governance and ethics. It is at graduation level. I have finished theory. I have cleared, only that I'm waiting to graduate. Now, on the side of experience, I worked as a relief food monitor with Oxfam. After my training with Kobuje Development Training Institute, I joined AMREF Research Kenya, AMREF Kenya that a program that was dealing with livestock and eye dirt disease. And it was basically in the northern part of Turkana, by then the greater Turkana North. And then thereafter, I was able to be appointed in the Rift Valley Water Services Board as a director. The first attempt was, I was interested to really getting into the nitty-gritty of development in terms of what is going on within the management. So I happened to be picked as the chair for audit, which I served for 1 year. And then thereafter, I managed my way to become again the chair for technical, because I really wanted to influence policies. and the things that would really work out something different in Turkana, because I had a better ground of what it was to benefit from government institutions. So thereafter, I was able now to join county government of Turkana as a CEC in charge of water, agriculture, irrigation, and reclamation. And that was then the bigger ministry in the entire, though thereafter they had to split it and even have two chief officers and are working under one CEC. So thereafter, I now became free to, after that I became free to join, to listen more on political happenings of the country. So I was close, I was in ODM, so I was following things around the party. Up to this moment, that is what I can say.
Thank you, Beatrice. I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to ask you the first question.
Thank you, Mrs. Moi. Kenya's arid and semi-arid lands have suffered documented historical marginalization. Currently, there's a lot of attention on climate change and climate resilience, and therefore, the docket to which you're nominated, the East African Community, the ASAL region and regional development, is actually at the center of this. If approved, what is your vision in respect to this historical marginalization of those areas, and how will you help steer that vision of ensuring that there is climate resilience and more speedier development in those regions? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Madam. It is true, arid lands where I belong, fortunately, Turkana falls under arid lands, has suffered many years of marginalization, and I tend to believe I saw that happen because I was present and I'm present where these things were being done. The marginalization that is coming to these arid lands is specifically on the stereotype and the information and the media that has reflected us in a very negative way. I also know we've never benefited. The arid lands have never benefited. Sorry to speak like this because I am also an arid person, so I've been a victim of these things. So sometimes when I say I mean the circumstances through which I also grew is relevant. So what we need to do right away to make sure this marginalization and everything else is working to the realization of climate resistance is incorporating the arid lands, the policies, the people, and everything else into negotiating, talking, and then have their issues raised in a way that it will finally come to the ministry at headquarters for policy influence. The pastoralists actually are the most that get effects of drought. They get effect of drought. They lose animals. They lose socioeconomic activity. They totally get affected out of this climate change. So by incorporating them into the bigger plan of the ministry, they will be able to speak from what they know, and they will be able to get better attention and better resolutions to the effect of this drought in a manner that would actually make them cope with what they are going through all the time. And also making sure, because it is one of the areas that is more affected in terms of receiving the impact of climate change, they need really to be cushioned in a way that they will be able to survive around these areas because they can't go away. That is their home place. That is where they know better. So by incorporating, it means we go and get homegrown issues that would be captured within the policy level. And even when we are talking of cushioning them during the drought, actually that would mean whatever that is supposed to be for them must be taken down to where they can feel and utilize it. So I feel the policies that are supposed to enhance climate resistance, the ability to cope, should actually incorporate, be from the top, down, down, up, so that at least there is that movement up, down, incorporating themselves.
Majority Leader, you've just come in. Are you ready to ask a question? Go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. Just for the benefit of the nominee, my name is Kemani Shongwa. And Beatrice, I see you have a very rich background in social work, and you also mentioned you worked with Oxfam as a relief food officer. And I'm certain you know part of your work in this ministry will involve the procurement and distribution of relief food. But this is one area that has been riddled with a lot of malpractices, especially the procurement and distribution. I'd want to hear what you would do if you are approved by this committee to ensure, one, that we have a very accountable system of procurement of the relief food and how it will be distributed on the ground to make sure that it gets to the right people, not benefiting government officers who are charged with the responsibility of distributing it. Two, I don't see in your CV and your work experience any experience touching on trade matters. And you know, the EAC docket with the East African community, trade is very critical. And part of the problems we have encountered in the recent past is having the government of Kenya not being present to negotiate on behalf of the country with the EAC countries. And we see an influx, especially of agricultural products, from onions, from our neighboring countries, potatoes, at times maize. Farmers in the south and North Rift, where you come from, suffer with their maize, and they can't market their maize because cheaper maize is coming from our neighbors in the region. What specific measures will you put in place to make sure that you negotiate for Kenya so that properly at the EAC to get exemptions on the tariff barriers that are there to make sure that our farmers are protected? Finally, I see you are a member of the selection panel of the Azimio running mate selection panel. That, and I'm asking this question because it would have a bearing on your decision-making abilities and capability. Do you think you made the right decision in your running mate decision in Azimio?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Majority Leader, Mr. Kimani. Now, on procurement on relief foods. Actually, the procurement process does not really have to be specific to the relief food. Procurement processes under finance are very clear, they are well stipulated, and the procedures must be followed in the sense that if a particular government, a particular institution would want to feed the people, and you've decided on a particular product to take to the people, what you do is you just advertise as it's been, you do all those procedures up to where you award the tender to distribute. And now, after that, by the trickle down and up effect that we are saying, let's incorporate the communities down and then influence what happens here, originating from them. What we will do, we will produce a list of the potential beneficiaries or those ones that need to be helped or to be cushioned from the drought. Then those ones, lists that informs those that will benefit. Because the story to do with whether food reach the people or not, it's sometimes the making of the careless people because they think God in heaven is not watching. It is just good to be truthful. When it is time to feed the people, buy the food, make sure it reaches the most vulnerable members of the society. So for me, the procurement process is still as it is in the other ministries, in the other public finance management acts.
Maybe before she moves away from that question, Beatrice, particularly what I want to hear, I don't know if you have been briefed from the ministry, what happens? In the procurement of relief food, they will usually go to some organization called the supplies branch. They pre-qualify people as suppliers of relief food with set prices. Then when they are procuring, they will usually just give tenders to those who are already pre-qualified within the system. But from the time the supplies branch is pre-qualifying people, the prices given vary. For instance, a bag of maize or beans a year ago or 9 months ago may not be the price today. What I want to hear in terms of getting value for money for the people of Kenya, will we continue with the same old system through supplies branch, or will you come in with new thinking to make sure that the procurement process is very transparent, you are able to match with the market prices? Because there's no reason buying a bag of maize for 6,000 shillings or when the current market price is 4,000 shillings, simply because the people who are pre-qualified by the supplies branch were pre-qualified at a time when the prices were 6,000. That's what I would want to hear. What new innovation, what new thinking are you bringing to the ministry?
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Kimani. My understanding is...
So address them through this, the chair.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Through the speaker?
Yes.
Sir. Okay, I get you. Now, I think what we need to do is, of course, there are malpractices that people have gotten used to. And having been a relief monitor, the process are very clear, just like the way you would procure. Of course, there is pre-qualification. But again, value for money should be informed by the market prices, such that you don't bring people that escalate or put the prices up for other value, yet the market price does not go along with it. I think if I'll be approved by this committee, I'll make sure I'll be myself present in terms of, if this is the pre-qualification, what is the market price, so that we get value for money. And then on the side of trade, whether I have knowledge of trade, through the chair, through the, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I'm used to, sorry. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to say that maybe the issue of trade is not really captured in my CV, but I can assure you I'm from Turkana, where we ourselves trade with the community from Sudan, which is part of the state member of AU's EAC, and we've also traded with a community from Uganda, which is also a member state of EAC. So when it comes to trade, there are two ways of doing it. One, there's that one of barter trade, where you are like commodity are exchanged for other commodities. There are also where monetary currency is involved. So, but sometimes, even as we speak of procurement being having variance in prices, I still believe even in the trade, the commodities that are brought, we must also study, because this commodity is not centralized in a place. It is all agricultural, sorry?
Nominee.
Yes, Speaker.
You didn't get his question.
Okay.
East African community, like all other regional trade blocs, trade is governed by rules. It's not about getting a bag of maize and cross to Sudan and come back with a cow, or vice versa. It is a trade regime that is complex, dealing with customs, movement of goods, who produces what, who sells what. And when the East African community countries come together, they formulate rules that govern how we trade with each other to give advantage to everybody. So his question is, your CV doesn't have anything to do with that kind of regime. If you find favor with the committee and get this office, how are you going to handle East African affairs, knowing, and this has come up before, that Kenya is a poor negotiator at the table of trade with its partners, that we have that history. What are you going to do to improve our bargaining chip at the table of trade negotiations? That is the question that the majority leader was asking you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will answer that. Anything that is falling under...
Speaker, probably even just to put it in layman's terms, for instance, between us and our neighboring country, Tanzania, there are onions that come from there. The people of Loitoktok and Kieni are growing onions. But because of the EAC common markets, we don't levy duties on products coming from, no taxes are paid on products coming from Tanzania. We also take our products, like you are saying, you take your products to Sudan without paying duty, they bring their products without paying duty. But we need to protect our onion farmer in Loitoktok and in Kieni. And why we have failed as a country is because we don't negotiate properly at the EAC Council of Ministers to protect our farmers. Because it's possible to exempt and say, for this particular product, our country is disadvantaged and we need to levy duty so that what is coming from Tanzania becomes more expensive to protect our local farmers. It is that, what I wanted to know is, what would you do now to negotiate better? Do you have the appropriate negotiation skills to go and negotiate for Kenya?
Through the Speaker, actually what is happening normally when the two parties that are supposed to be enjoying their own sovereignty are involved, what you do, you really have to have the skill of communicating, negotiating, consulting, so that at least you come to an agreement on give and take. Because I personally feel there's nothing impossible when the willing heart sit. And of course, we already know so much of what is happening in the world has come out of negotiation, consulting, reviewing. So if I happen to be appointed to this docket, that will be my work. I will make sure the partners, my equals in those countries, are able to agree. We can share the report because I know we are beginning from somewhere. We are not starting from a plain ground. Actually, we will have the concept of what...
Senior Counsel, EBS, OGW.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Welcome to this committee. This is a parliamentary committee on appointments. It will engage you this afternoon to assess and recommend your suitability or otherwise in holding office to which His Excellency the President has nominated you as the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya, the 9th Attorney General. Before we engage, we'll introduce ourselves to you. I'm the chairman of this committee, the Speaker of the National Assembly. On my right is the Deputy Speaker, Gladys Bose. On my left is the Clerk of the National Assembly, Samuel Njoroge. I'll invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shongwa.
Junet Mohammed. David Kosing, my name, MP Poko South.
Gikaria David.
Masemeri, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daud, North Imenti Meru.
George Gitonga Murugara, Tharaka Nithi.
Owen Bayer, Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, Matungulu.
Didoraso Saku.
Abdi Shurie, Balambala.
Mishimboko, Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri County.
Thank you. Nominee, you will be, for purpose of these proceedings, you will be referred to as nominee.
Understood, sir.
We will take your interaction with us on oath. So I invite you to choose, depending on your faith, whether you need the Bible, the Holy Quran, or the Gita. That is the holy book of the Hindus. Which one is in line with your faith?
The Bible, sir.
The Holy Bible. So you may be upstanding. Take the Bible in your right hand and recite the oath that will be availed to you. Move closer to the mic so that it goes on record.
I, Dorcas Agik Odom Oduor, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Take your seat and sign to the oath. Give your documents to the sergeant to pass to the clerk so that he can be able to check against what we have on you. Nominee, I'll now, you ready? You are ready?
Yes, I am, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. For the record, I know the nominee very well in my long years of practice of the law. We have interacted with the nominee when she worked in the Attorney General's chambers in the old constitution and after her transition to the new constitution. She's somebody we've worked with in cases sometimes on the same side, sometimes on opposite sides. That notwithstanding, it will not impair my ability to engage her, to find her suitability or otherwise. Nominee Dorcas, we invite you to introduce yourself by telling this committee your name, your educational background, your work experience, and above all, your competences that make you think you are suitable to hold the office to which you have been nominated for consideration for appointment.
Honorable Speaker.
In 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I had prepared an opening statement to introduce myself. May I proceed?
Go ahead, I'll give you room to do that. Is it less than 5 minutes?
It will be.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, sir, honorable members of the Committee on Appointments, my name is Dorcas Agik Odong Oduor. I'm privileged to appear before you today for the purpose of being vetted for the position of Attorney General of this great Republic of Kenya. This is as required under Article 156, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, sir, and honorable members, I'm deeply, deeply humbled by the confidence and trust which His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has shown and placed in me by nominating me to this position. It is also not lost on me that this is a historic moment, in that this will be the first time for a Kenyan woman to be interviewed for this high office in the legal sector. I'm therefore under no illusion that should I be approved by this august House, much would be expected of me, both as a jurist and more significantly as a woman. Mr. Speaker, and honorable members, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the fact that, in essence, I do not stand here alone. I stand on the shoulders of many people of goodwill, and I'm a beneficiary of their generous support and mentorship. Their knowledge and wisdom over the years has shaped me into the person I am today. Honorable Speaker and members, for my secondary school education, I attended Luak Girls High School, after which I read law at the University of Nairobi. Thereafter, I gained a postgraduate diploma from the Kenya School of Law. I subsequently attained a Master's of Arts degree at my alma mater, the University of Nairobi. I have also other certificates and commendations from other relevant professional, leadership, management, and other training institutions over the years. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members of this committee, all this I have set in the CV that I have submitted to you. Honorable Speaker, sir, and members, my legal career started in 1992 when I was admitted to the role of Advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I was then employed and served in the State Law Office, rising from the position of State Counsel to the position of Secretary Public Prosecutions, and that was in 2017. This was as a result of the delinking of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions from the Office of the Attorney General by the Constitution of Kenya 2010. I have gained extensive experience and expertise throughout that period. Not only have I been involved in many complex courtroom and high-profile cases, I've also made significant contributions in the formulation of policy and other protocols relevant to the rule of law, human rights, crime prevention, locally, regionally, and internationally. This included service in various task forces, commissions of inquiry, and similar bodies and committees. I've outlined this in the dossier I have provided to this honorable committee. Mr. Speaker, and honorable members, I'm alive to the enormity of the responsibility reposed in the office of the Attorney General of the Republic by the Constitution of Kenya. It is no mean task that the Attorney General is the principal legal advisor to the government. The Constitution also mandates the office to promote, protect, and uphold the rule of law and to defend the public interest. While these high legal concepts are still evolving through the growing jurisprudence in our courts and elsewhere, they nonetheless require of this office a vibrant awareness of the human rights ecosystem within the legal framework. It is therefore my respectful opinion, Honorable Speaker and members, that the position of the Attorney General calls for far much more than just that of an advocate for one client. The public interest demands of the office the duty to respect, advocate, and operationalize at all cadres of the administration this cardinal value of justice. In the circumstances, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, I would submit that we stand at a unique moment in our constitutional dispensation. It calls for the qualities of listening and learning. Should this House confirm me, I would be determined, as a matter of priority, to pay attention to those two qualities. Not having occupied the position of the Attorney General before, I would obviously benefit from the strengths and victories of my predecessors. I would also seek to collaborate with other persons and agencies to enhance any aspect of the vision and mission of this office, which may still require revitalization. My bounden duty would have to be the delivery of sound, honest, and objective legal advice to the government in accordance with the Constitution of Kenya and my oath of office. Additionally, it would demand proactiveness in the attainment of other core responsibilities in the public interest. All stakeholders in the justice sector have no less duty than that. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker and members, for me, working together will not be an option, but an imperative. Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of this committee, in my years of schooling and work, one signal lesson has been imprinted into my intellect and conscience. It is simply this: to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with my God. That is recorded in the book of Micah 6:8 by Prophet Micah. That is a statement to the fact that I should never take my abilities or capacity for granted, nor should I think low of others. Ultimately, my strength and eventual success may well depend on the counsel and industry of those around me. Honorable Speaker, sir, and members, for that reason, in my respectful view, teamwork will always be key, and I would propose to enhance the same. To that end, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, I dutifully submit myself to you to this interview. Thank you.
Thank you, nominee. I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question or comment. And when questions are asked, be concise and precise in your answers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The nominee, Dorcas Agik Odwor, all of us in the legal fraternity know that you have previously worked at the State Law Office in the prosecution department. I think mostly people know you as that, as per your CV also. And when the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution was delinked from the Office of the Attorney General in 2010, you transitioned to the Office of the DPP, where you were serving as the second most senior person as Secretary Public Prosecution. Could you share with this committee what you consider was your greatest achievements in the 30 years in your public service? And secondly, if approved as Attorney General, like you rightfully said, you will make history as the first woman Attorney General. Like myself, all the women in the legal fraternity have high expectations of you as one of the most senior women in the legal fraternity. In this regard, tell us what you'd consider to be your vision of the office of the Attorney General should you be approved. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I joined the office of the Attorney General in 1992, and I would divide my achievements from the office of the Attorney General and the office of the DPP into 4 sectors. When I joined in 1992, for the first 8 years, I was a courtroom lawyer. I prosecuted all manner of cases in all courts to the highest court. The epitome of that was in 2000, when I was nominated to go and assist Kenya in prosecuting the 1998 bomb blast victims, a case in New York. And we successfully did that. Another epitome of my court work was the case that I prosecuted against. It is known as the Gachanja case. The reason why it is my achievement, it is the first time that a prosecutor was able to forfeit instruments of crime and proceeds of crime. In that matter, one of the accused persons had been paid by a piece of land in order to commit murder, and I successfully forfeited what he was paid. That matter went up to the Supreme Court, and it was upheld. My third success in court would be the case of Chris Okemo on extradition. There was a conflict between the Office of the Attorney General and the Office of the DPP as to whose responsibility it is to sign authority to proceed. I did prosecute that case, litigated it, because it was a civil case now. It was a constitutional petition. I did litigate it in the High Court and the Court of Appeal. I filed responses in the Supreme Court. My colleague prosecuted it at the Supreme Court, and we were successful. That matter is now settled, that it is the responsibility of the Director of Public Prosecutions to sign the authority to proceed. That is in the courtroom, among others. While serving in the office of the AG and the DPP, I was able to participate, humbly so. I was appointed by different heads of state in this country to serve in commissions and task forces. I served in the Akiwimi Commission on land clashes, and it is after we had submitted our report that we started land reforms in this country. I served in the Goldenberg Commission, and it is after we submitted our report that we relooked at our PFM Act. I served in the Police Task Force on police reforms, and it is the result of that task force that we now have IPOA, we have the Police Service Commission, we have the IG as a single command of the police and the AP. We also have the merger of the Kenya Police and APs and a single command. Other than task forces within the country, I have contributed internationally in different forums. My first contribution was with the Commonwealth Secretariat. I was called in as an expert to review the Harare scheme on mutual legal assistance. It is after my contribution to the ComSec and successful review of that mutual legal assistance scheme that I came back and proposed to Kenya that we needed a Mutual Legal Assistance Act. The Kenya government agreed, and we came up with an act, and that is the act we are dealing with today, the Mutual Legal Assistance Act. Secondly, I have done a lot of work with the FATF. FATF is Financial Action Task Force. It is a group of G7 and other countries. They set standards on issues of money laundering and asset forfeiture. I am a trained evaluator. I've evaluated 2 countries, one in Africa and one in Europe, on compliance with the 40 recommendations. It is after my contribution to that forum that I came back to Kenya together with my colleagues, and we assisted in legislation of POCAMLA, which is Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering. It is also after that that we assisted with the legislation of Terrorism Finance Acts. A product of that is the FIU, the Financial Reporting Unit, the Asset Recovery Agency, and the National Task Force. I've also done some work with the UN, and at the UN, I assisted Kenya when we were negotiating the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. I also took part in the evaluation of that convention. I was again called in as an expert to make a digest, which I provided. And in that digest, I am an expert in piracy. After that, the United Nations accredited me as a trainer in that space. I've also done some work with AGA Africa. AGA Africa is a conglomeration of attorney generals. As the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, we collaborated with them, and we have all the black attorney generals in the USA in that forum. They have assisted the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in many areas, and they have exposed and assisted the DPP to operationalize the PTI. Other than those, I have done work with GIZ with regard to illicit financial flows. Incidentally, when I heard of my nomination, I was representing Kenya at the UN headquarters to take part in the final negotiation of the amendments of the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime to include issues of electronic evidence and data protection. That was the last call for countries to give their views before the amendments are adopted. And I am hoping that after this initiative, Kenya will accede to the Budapest Convention to bridge the gap we have in electronic evidence and data protection. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to go back to the Office of the Attorney General and the Office of the DPP. I have served in that office in different capacities. I have acted as the DPP in during 3 transitions, but now I am the Secretary of Public Prosecutions. When we delinked from the Office of the Attorney General, we had only 98 prosecution counsel, and we were in 12 regional offices. It was then my responsibility, together with the DPP, to rationalize staff and to operationalize the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. We have managed to increase the staff of the Office of the DPP from 98 to 1,600. We have managed to decentralize the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions from 12 offices to all the 47 counties, to 131 court stations, and we also serve mobile courts. We have also managed, during that period, to civilize prosecution. What do I mean by this? Initially, police prosecutors were prosecuting in all courts. When we took over, we professionalized prosecution. We no longer have police prosecutors in our courtrooms. This is being done by Prosecution Council. Other than that, when Mr. Haji took over the helm of the Director of Public Prosecutions, he found, when we had an initiative where we were looking at the position or the contribution of the criminal justice sector to the development of this country, and how the Department of Public Prosecutions, or the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, was assisting or impeding the realization of the objectives of this country. I therefore, together with others, started an initiative called All for Justice. And All for Justice, we wanted to look at the role the prosecution is playing in realizing the objectives of the criminal justice sector. We visited almost all the prisons in Kenya. We interviewed about 20,000 prisoners. And Honorable Speaker and members, I really wonder what led us to do this, because looking back, I realized that somebody was directing my steps. Because the conclusion of that report, which I have here today, indicated that what the prosecution wanted to do could not be done by the prosecution, but could only be done by the Attorney General. And I want to run over 4 of them. When we went through the 20,000 inmates, pretrial inmates, and we checked all the prisons in Kenya, it was a wonder that although under the Constitution we talk about innocent unless proven guilty, it was clear that our criminal justice system is inconsistent with the right of innocence until proven guilty. Why do I say that? We found that most of the people who were in custody for petty offenses. There was nothing we could do because the law provided for them. Then we realized that there is a need for us to relook at our offenses in Kenya so that we can decriminalize petty offenses. At the same time, there is a need for us to find a different way of dealing with petty offenses. So we made that recommendation to the Office of the Attorney General. We also found that most of the people who were in custody were young people and they were poor. There was no mechanism that these people could be assisted. Each time they went to court, they needed bail, and bail is in cash. So we asked ourselves, is cash the only way that we can secure the attendance of accused persons to court? We made the recommendation to the NCAJ, and we're waiting for the Attorney General to attend to it. Secondly, or thirdly, we also found that most of the people who were in custody were not represented. There was no equality of arms. They could not defend themselves. We made a recommendation to the Attorney General that there was a need to operationalize the legal aid services. Because when people are not represented, they are not able to move through the system. And honorable members and Mr. Speaker, sir, I would invite you people to visit our pretrial detentions. We talk about rights. We talk about the rights of the arrested, the rights of the accused persons, the rights of the detained person, but we have not made it tangible. Because if you visit these institutions, you will wonder what we are as Kenya. None of the people charged with corruption cases was in pretrial detention. It is only the poor. They have no food, they have no classes, cases take very long, and most people who should be in custody are working outside. And most people who should be outside are in custody. There is a need for us to reform the criminal justice sector. We also observed that cases were taking very long, and there was a need for us to expedite those cases through the system. As a result of that, DPP Haji, myself and the office tried to come up with initiatives within our power. And that is why we came up with the decision to charge guidelines. The decision to, and that is one of my biggest achievement, our biggest achievement. The decision to charge guidelines is supposed to regulate how we make the decision to charge, so that we sieve the system, petty cases do not go to court. We also came up with the diversion guidelines, and the diversion guidelines is supposed to attend to alternatives to prosecutions, because we realize that not everybody who is charged with an offense should go through the system. And that was said by Sir Shawcross, the Attorney General of England in 1950, that not in all cases where you have evidence, people should go through court. So we came up with a diversion guideline to assist us to sieve the cases. What is the challenge that the DPP could not deal with that the Attorney General should deal with? A prosecutor could decide to divert, but where are the structures to divert to? Because if I have young people who have been brought to me and I realize that they can be rehabilitated, I need a rehabilitation center. I need counseling services. How many of our counties have rehabilitation centers and have counseling facilities? Therefore, our action is in futility. Prosecutors are being accused of taking many cases to court. It is because we have initiatives, but we need other structures of government to assist us to realize those initiatives.
Could wind up on that?
Yes. And we also found that most of our prosecutors had no capacity, and therefore maybe were making wrong decisions. And that is the reason why, in order to harness and structure the training of prosecutors, we came up with the Prosecution Training Institute. At the Prosecution Training Institute, we now have a fully fledged court where prosecutors can undertake contiguous legal training, specialized training, and also training on emerging crimes. We hope that the Prosecution Training Institute will be a center for the region and will bring ANA to this country. On access to justice, we found that prosecutors were having a difficulty in attending court. We therefore digitized. We have Wadilifu. Most processes within the office of the DPP are digitized. In order to enhance access to justice, we, together with the EU, got a boat to help us to attend to courts that are outside the normal courts, that is in Lamu. And it is also pursuant to that initiative that we came up with community initiatives where we would go to the community and have community dialogues so that we can tell them about their rights and the criminal justice sector. And it is also pursuant to that we did another research on traffic to find why it is impacting the criminal justice sector. We find that it is clogging the criminal justice sector. Most of the crimes that we arrest people for are non-moving and they are petty, like not wearing a uniform and touting. And it is for that reason that the Director of Public Prosecutions directed that touting should not be charged so that we don't clog the system. I have put all that before you.
Yes.
And at an appropriate time, if I'm nominated, I intend to use...
You've been nominated. If you are found suitable.
If I am found suitable, Honorable Speaker, sir, and members, yes, this experience will help me to oversee and to steer the Office of the Attorney General. Thank you.
Ichungwa, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to also say I know the nominee. I have worked with her when I was the Vice Chair of the Public Investments Committee when she was in the Attorney General Chambers. And Honorable Speaker, maybe to start with, her name Agik, I'm told, means I have arrived. Is that so?
That is correct, sir.
So, having started your career at the Attorney General's Chambers as a State Counsel, probably you have arrived as AG nominee. But we just changed the law for the Attorney General Act, I think about 3 or 4 months ago. And we now gave the AG power to recruit you and appoint your own State Counsel. Unlike before where you had to go through the Public Service Commission. One, I would like to hear your view on whether that was a good thing to do, or if you feel probably those powers should have been left because there was a tussle between the Office of the AG and the Public Service Commission. The Public Service Commission insisting that they should continue appointing or rather recruiting staff and across the entire public service. I would just want to hear your view on that, whether it's good to have those powers in the AG or whether that should be reviewed to take the powers back for recruitment back to the Public Service Commission. 2, I'd want to hear if, since this is a law now, and government has lost quite a number of cases, largely on account of the caliber of staff that are there in the Attorney General's chambers in terms of the State Counsel. Many do not turn up in court, and many cases are lost in court. That has occasioned government losing many cases in court, and some that are very costly to taxpayers. I think if you were to accumulate the total number of judgments against government in terms of quantum of amounts that ought to be paid by government, they would run into the trillions. I would want to hear what is it that you intend to do should you be approved. One, to make sure that you are able to recruit and retain good State Counsel, because the Attorney General Chambers also has become a training ground for counsel. They come there, train for a few years, and they are poached by Parliament, they are poached by ministries and other organizations. What will you do to retain good State Counsel so that government doesn't continue losing cases in court?
Go ahead, answer those two.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, sir, and members, with regard to the linking, I am the wrong person to ask because I fully support this. And this is what has helped the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. When we were delinked from the Office of the Attorney General, the ODPP Act, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act, which operationalized Article 157 of the Constitution, provided for a board, which is chaired by the DPP, and the mandate of this board is to advise the DPP on recruitment discipline of counsel. Why this is a good idea, it gave us the opportunity of relooking at our establishment so that we could get the necessary skills and the requisite officers to propel the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I am the secretary to that board, and I know what we have achieved. We have increased our establishment. We have been able to rationalize our staff. We have been able to negotiate for our staff. As we speak today, it is the Office of the DPP that negotiated with SRC to allow lawyers in government to earn what we call in the ODPP prosecution allowance, and in the Office of the Attorney General, it's called another allowance, which is different from non-practicing allowance. And this is to help retain officers. At the same time, it is within that board, which I serve as a secretary, that we were able to find ways of complying with the Constitution. We therefore rationalize staff. If you go to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions today, we have 60% women, 40% men. It is the face of Kenya. We have tried to recruit from every part of this country. Secondly, the board has also helped us with issues of discipline because they go quickly and we are able to conclude them within time. Third, the board has assisted because the DPP is required on any other matter to consult the board. So necessarily when it warrants, we go back to the board to get counsel on issues of human resource. And it is through that we have relooked at our human resource manuals. We have looked at our transfer policy. We have also relooked at our work environment. And the beauty of the board is that the PS Treasury is represented. That is at the ODPP's office. The PS Treasury is represented. The Attorney General is represented. The judiciary is represented, the Kenya Police is represented, the Law Society is represented, so there is collegiality, and we are able to share our expertise and experience on how we can work together as a chain. The second question was a comment on government losing cases and what I would do. Mr. Speaker, sir, and members, there are reasons why people lose cases, not only the government. All of us lose cases one time or another for maybe these three reasons. One, it could be that you have a bad case. You will lose it. It could be that you have bad representation or inadequate representation. You could do that. You could also lose a case because the court has erred. In which case, if you feel aggrieved, you will go back to court, either for appeal or revision. You could also lose a case for any other reason. Any other reason? None of the above. So what I would do, if I'm losing a case because I have a bad case, it would be my responsibility as the Attorney General to make sure that before we go to court, I relook at the cases that we have. I try to mitigate the risk of going to court. And if possible, if I have a bad case, try to find other mechanisms of resolving the issue without going to court and incurring expenses to the government. And going forward, I would also say that it will be the responsibility of the Attorney General to advise ministries and MDAs on how they should deal with court matters such that the Attorney General is involved from the beginning. That is if I have a bad case. If I have inadequate or insufficient representation, I'll look at my capacity and the expertise that I have within the Office of the Attorney General. And this is exactly what we did in the Office of the DPP, because initially we had private counsel assisting us, but with the time, we relooked at the capacities that we have. We have to enhance the capacity of our state counsel, not only legally, but also their working environment and their terms and conditions of service. And we would also want to make sure that there is continuity and succession within the Office of the Attorney General. If I lose a case because the court has erred, I will go back to court on appeal on those issues. I may also go back to court on revision on issues that I think warrant revision. So going forward, if I am confirmed to this position, I will make sure that if I have a bad case, I look for mitigating factors, I do a risk assessment so that I protect the government. If I have insufficient or inadequate representation, I will make sure that wherever the government is to be defended in court, we have the correct people defending the government, we put our foot forward, and we act in the interest of justice. If I lose a case for any other reason, I have recourse to go to the JAC. Thank you.
Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Madam Nominee, in this vetting, we are looking at your suitability for the job and your competence for the job. Now, I want to ask you this question. One, you have attempted multiple times to become a judge in the Court of Appeal, or once maybe, and despite your impeccable academic credentials and illustrious legal career, you have been bypassed each time. Did JSC provide you with answers as to why they did that? Or was it your last name? What could be the problem? Can you explain to us as a committee what could be the problem? My second question is, it's on record. This country went through post-election violence in 2007, 2008. And you're on record, you say that much later that there is no evidence to charge certain people who were involved in that post-election violence. What else made you make that decision? Can you explain to the committee why you took that decision as a serious prosecutor, a distinguished prosecutor who is known for prosecuting people? Why did you take that decision? And my last one is, there are bills that have passed through this House that have been declared unconstitutional by the court. And some of these bills emanated from the executive with the participation of the Office of the Attorney General. What will you do to improve the quality of legislation coming from the executive now that if you are approved, you will become the Attorney General, so that the issues of courts declaring laws enacted by Parliament as a constitution becomes a thing of the past? I have those three questions as of now. Thank you.
Dorcas, answer them quickly.
Thank you, sir. About the JSC, I think the positions were few. I'm not the only one who succeeded, but I believe that it was not my time, and my time was going to...
Do they give reasons when they don't give you the job? They don't?
They don't, sir.
Okay.
They don't. About post-election violence, and me having said that there was no reason to prosecute, I want to say that I chaired a task force 3 years down the line to look at offenses that were committed subsequent to the post-election violence. The task force concluded a report that was presented to His Excellency the President, and after it was presented to the President, it was then presented to different arms of government to deal with the recommendations. But as far as prosecution is concerned, I chaired that task force as a prosecutor also, and I was expected to look at the evidence with the lens of a prosecutor, which requires me to be sure that before I can recommend prosecution, I have sufficient evidence and it is in the public interest, and I have a reasonable prospect of conviction. I used the law as it was, and I applied it to the circumstances, and I did my contribution to the task force, and whatever was presented to His Excellency the President was the result of the conclusion of the task force. That task force included civil society. Thank you. About bills going to Parliament and the government losing or courts declaring bills or legislation unconstitutional. First and foremost, it is the work of the courts to do that. That is one of the duties that they've been given. And if they do it, they are not doing a wrong thing. We should ask ourselves, why then the notoriety? I believe that most legislations that we have come up with of late have been to comply or to operationalize the 2010 constitutions. Most of the contents of those bills contain new jurisprudence, not only to the executive, but even to the judiciary. I take it as a testing time. We are testing the Constitution through bills, through legislation. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, a testament to this is that even in the Court of Appeal, there are issues that they've not agreed on. They have not given direction. It is a good thing for us to test a new legislation. It will be volatile for some time, but after some times when we have matured with the 2010 Constitution, then the law will be settled. But that having been said, it is a concern if bills are declared unconstitutional when the Honorable Attorney General has contributed to them. What I would do is to find out why they have been declared unconstitutional. Number two, I would make sure that as the Attorney General, I advise that wherever we come up with a bill, it meets the constitutional requirements as provided. Thank you.
Now, Dorcas nominee will take a batch of 333, starting with Isola, Posing, then on Gikaria, in that order.
All right, thank you.
One question each, no preambles.
Okay, please allow me to ask two. Chairman, no preamble. You have served in the AG's office before. Are there instances where the AG then advised the executive and the advice was not taken? What will you do if this committee finds you suitable in the National Assembly and you advise the executive on different matters and your advice is not taken? The second question is that there are areas or there are circumstances where cases have been lost in court, as you have said, but then the judiciary then orders compensation to the litigants. My question is, why should taxpayers carry the burden of the compensation while there is an officer in the executive whose decisions have occasioned the judiciary asking that that money should be compensated? And we have many litigants who've never been compensated that the judiciary asked that they get compensated. And lastly, the 2/3 gender rule. How will you make sure it is realized? We cannot selectively follow the Constitution on the matters that suit us, but on matters 2/3 we don't. I will not speak again later, so there's someone who has asked a question from the public, that in Kenya today, the holder of a law degree is not eligible for admission to the role of advocates unless they attend the advocates training program and pass their bar exams. Currently, ATP is only offered at the Kenya School of Law. And so there have been attempts to review the law that mandates this. And so there's, and the attempts have been received with different divergent legal view. What is your position on this?
Thank you, Chairman. Mine to the nominee, the Office of Attorney General, is practical one, which is, nominee, I want to know, or the people of Kenya, in assessing your suitability, we want to know, what is your opinion or vision on these contracts or clauses in contracts that a government entity enters with international companies. And in those clauses, the clauses inside those contracts, and I've seen it from being chairman PIC, where Kenya lose money, they put a clause to say that if there's a conflict in that contract, that the arbitration or the legal resolution will be done, for example, in London. And yet, Madam Nominee, through the chairman, the money is paid is 100% exchequer, which means it's our money. And our case in point is GDC, where Kenya lost hundreds of millions of money in London through something I call kangaroo court called arbitration, where people can agree to fleece people's money and agree.
Arbitrations are legitimate courts within both our system and the international systems. They cannot be called kangaroo courts. That's not a fair comment.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, but that's my opinion. Maybe it's different from the legal practice, but I found it a kangaroo court, Honorable Speaker, that just people sit down and agree. And Kenyans, Madam Nominee, through my speaker, has lost a lot of money through that process. So what's your opinion? Can we change the law and have a contract, particularly where Kenyan money, which is exchequer, maybe if it's a loan, that's a different way. What is your opinion on that, Madam Nominee, so that Kenyans don't lose money as we lost through GDC? I thank you, Speaker, in that kangaroo court.
Not being a lawyer yourself, we forgive you. Go on, Gikaria.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I have this question.
Yes, Junet.
Speaker, I thought Honorable Koseng is a lawyer. I saw him that time when we had the cases in Hague. I saw him carrying a lot of documents and saying that he's filing cases in Hague. And
that is exactly what he was doing, carrying documents. That doesn't make you a lawyer. Go on, Docas.
Point of order, Speaker.
Go on, sorry, Gikaria.
Chair, there is this review of the Constitution. There is a call for us to review the Constitution, either be it through the parliamentary initiative or the popular initiative, on some quarters, like not having even the opposition leader in parliament and things like that. And also the very thin line between, like what happened just there recently, on a constitutional issue under Article 37 and the Public Order Act. Maybe in your view, Madam Nominee, what, in your view, are the sections that we need to look for in terms of the constitutional amendment, particularly to be able to align some of those very thin lines between Article 37 and the Public Order Act, where you have to balance the two for us to realize. So maybe in your view, which areas do we need to look for the amendment in the Constitution? Thank you.
Yes, Nominee, can you deal?
Chairman, and my colleagues, my apologies. It has something to do with what I had asked. I just want to know the past costly AG advices to government, mainly driven by vested in-house manipulative cartels, especially in Treasury, and official systems operatives in huge government development projects. I'd like to know your view on that.
You can respond to those three honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
But also don't call arbitrations kangaroo, because they are not.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, and members of this committee. I am not privy to any advice of an Attorney General under whom I served that was not taken by the executive. As to what I would do if my advice is not taken, I take it that the Constitution provides that the Attorney General is the principal legal advisor to government in legal matters. I look at the President as a vision bearer of the whole country. As he receives advice from the Office of the Attorney General, he has to take into account other sectors because the law does not exist in a vacuum. He has to take into account socio-economic matters, security matters, and I believe he not only gets advice from the Attorney General, but also from those other sectors. It is the culmination of all these advices from different sectors in which I have no expertise to give, that the President of the Republic of Kenya would make a decision. If the President of the Republic of Kenya is the vision bearer and everybody under him is working towards achieving the vision of the government of the day, I do not see where there can be a conflict. Otherwise, for me, I would give efficient, professional advice, which is just, which is fair, which is objective, which is truthful, and which is in accordance with the Constitution. The lost cases in the judiciary, I think it is important for me to say that I am not able to comment on why specific cases are lost unless I am seized with the information. But I also think that it is the responsibility of the Attorney General to put in place mechanisms to mitigate loss. And where loss is occasioned deliberately by an officer, to take action or to recommend action. The 2/3 gender rule. The Constitution provides that in all appointive and elective posts, one gender should not be more than 1/3, 2/3. I think this is an issue that has been litigated. This is an issue that is before this House. And I would be cautious in commenting on it unless I see what is before Parliament and what is in the Office of the Attorney General and the initiative. But I know that in the Office of the Attorney General, in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, we have reached the threshold. Legal education and CLE. This is a rowdy place. Very, very rowdy. Very rowdy. And I say that because I live with some of those people. I have seen them. I empathize and sympathize with them. I understand that there are 2 task forces that are given reports to the Attorney General. Those reports are in the Office of the Attorney General. And pursuant to those reports, there are 2 bills pending before Parliament to harmonize legal education, to set standards, accreditation. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am told that in some instances, you go to an accredited university, but when you go to the School of Law, you are not allowed or you are not admitted. I know these people are frustrated, and that is my priority, to go and look at these 2 reports, to look at what is pending in Parliament, and to make sure that we recall it back, because this was 3-4 years ago. There could be some intervening factors to make sure that we are responsive, because these people need a closure and they need to know. They legitimately expected that after learning law, they would be admitted. So I do agree, this is a very rowdy area, it is frustrating, and it calls for priority, and it will be one of my priorities if I'm accorded an opportunity to serve. At the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, having found that this was a problem, we created a cadre called legal interns. We tried to bring in people who had gone through the School of Law, but for one reason or another could not be admitted because they were frustrated. In fact, we started by getting in 100 and we distributed them. But apparently that was not in accordance with what Treasury expected, so we had no money. So we stopped it. I also think that it is the responsibility of the Attorney General to relook at pupillage, so that we can structure some pupillage mechanism within the executive, so that we can absorb some of these children. It is an area that, as an Attorney General, as an advocate, and having been the Secretary of Public Prosecutions, I admit it is an area that needs urgent call. Thank you. I was asked about the vision. The vision of the office. Mr. Speaker, and honorable members, Under the Constitution of Kenya, the Attorney General is the principal advisor to the government, also represents the government in courts. At the same time, the Attorney General is supposed to act in public interest. It occurs to me that the Attorney General is wearing two hats. He is a lawyer, he is also a minister. But this public-facing, public interest part has not been very clear. Therefore, I vision to be an Attorney General who will actualize the vision of an Attorney General under the Constitution. Be a principal legal advisor to the government, represent the government efficiently and adequately, and at the same time, protect public interest, uphold rule of law, protect human rights, good governance and accountability. I will be a responsive Attorney General and a lawyer of the people. And I hope the Office of the Attorney General will work with all the peoples of Kenya in realizing our aspirations under the Constitution. When it comes to contracts which are eschewed, Honorable Speaker, sir, I don't have any information on this, but if confirmed, I would make sure that we come up with some SOPs, standard operating procedures. We set standards, and we make sure that the Attorney General is actually represented and reliably represented in the contracts from the beginning to the end. Because unless you look at the quality of the contract and you mitigate any loss or any risk, it is very difficult to succeed in the end. So there is a need for an Attorney General to be represented from the beginning, to look at the clauses to make sure that they're responsive to what we need and that they protect us. At the same time, should we feel that some of the clauses will be injurious to us, we could review. That calls for expertise and very professional state counsel. The third question was on constitutional review. Mr. Speaker, sir, and members, the Constitution is a live document. And within the Constitution itself, there are provisions for review, which means that there is room to review and amend the Constitution. However, the rule of law requires that all laws of Kenya are made by the participation or with the participation of the people. They must be clear, they must be available, and they must be able to be legislated. For that reason, it is only the people of Kenya who can say what they want to change in a constitution, because they have to be part and parcel of the law. The Office of the Attorney General can just be facilitative. Having had our constitution for the last 15 years, I would agree with those who are saying we are now ripe to relook at the Constitution to see what is working or not working. And this was provided for in the Constitution and under the rule of law attributes. A law that is not working should be reviewed, should be amended so that it is responsive, so that it can speak to the times that we live in. So I will facilitate such. Yes. Thank you.
Now we'll take another batch of 3. Let's start with Robert Mbui, Owen Baya, Murugara. Daud, hold your horses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. To the nominee, having worked in the office of the DPP, and noting that after we did our vetting in 2022, some of the nominees who had criminal cases against them, immediately after they were appointed, those cases were dropped. Now, as a legal advisor to the executive, if approved, one of the newly appointed CSs, the one for cooperative, the Honorable Wycliffe Mbetsa Oparanya, he confirmed on oath while he was here that the EACC has been used as a political tool to frustrate him when he was not in government. Now, I have 2 issues that I want you to maybe make a comment on. First and foremost, why should EACC be asked to give an opinion when it doesn't matter? Because the opinion given by EACC did not matter in the vetting process, yet we have to fill those documents even when you apply for public office like a member of parliament. 2, what will you do about the government's, what advice will you give, legal advice will you give to the government security organs and legal entities or legal teams, EACC, DCI, DPP, on politicizing and weaponizing their offices? And finally, how will you ensure that justice is served to all those parents and people who lost their lives, who are injured and who lost valuable assets during the recent demonstrations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This nominee, I've only seen her on TV and newspapers. Now I have opportunity to interact with her. Yeah. But I just want to ask this question, Honorable Speaker. Drafting is very key, especially on laws. And that's probably the link between executive and parliament, is how those laws come in, having passed through the AG's office. I have looked at your CV and I've listened to you. You're a very good litigant or prosecuting lawyer. But I haven't seen your strength in drafting of laws, which is probably one of the key areas that we will need to have in that office to avoid this idea of losing cases as government and passing bad laws. I haven't seen that as strength on your CV. So how will you really help this country moving forward in terms of good laws and good legislation? Secondly, a lot of these laws that have gone to court have fallen on the sword of public participation, which is a key tenet in the Constitution. And everything that we do right now, and every person who goes to court and says there was no public participation, even when public participation has been seen to be done, judges rule in favor of those litigants. What is public participation? What is the correct public participation to you? Or what are you going to do to protect Parliament and this government from that? And lastly, if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, if you look at Section 43 of the County Government Act, it is very clear that the Attorney General may assist counties in matters apart from criminal cases. That is what Section 43 of the County Government Act says. And actually it goes back to Article 156(4) of the Constitution. But county governments have been using colossal sums of money to hire lawyers without regard to the fact that the Attorney General's job to actually defend county governments. How are we going to stop this hemorrhage of money from county governments through payment to lawyers? I know the lawyers are listening to me and may not be very happy about this, but it is a tenant in the
some in the room. It is. There's one next to you.
It is that monumental amounts. You look at Nairobi County government; they are running billions in terms of legal fees, and yet it is the duty of the Office of the Attorney General to assist counties in legal matters. How are you going to, do you think we need an instrument of law so that we can define the role of the Attorney General in counties? Counties are now setting up things called county attorneys, and they are basically lawyers in there at the county attorney's office, but they don't even go to court. They pay these lawyers, but then they pay external lawyers huge fees. How are you going to stop this? Because I think it is corruption. How are you going to stop it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, the office you're just about to take over is a pale shadow of what it used to be. And if we draw parallels, when it used to be held by Sir Charles Njonjo, the first black man to be the AG, and what you're taking over as the first lady, if you're approved by this House, almost everything is lost. And recently, we had as Parliament to try and salvage your position by returning the power to recruit staff back to you. And in fact, the same time also, the AG was going to lose the only asset that was left under his armpit, which was the public seal. That tells you how eroded the office is. As the incoming AG, if you are approved, what areas do you think should be recovered and returned to the office so that it is given the dignity that it used to have, which dignity possibly is now lost? Secondly, unsatisfied judgments are a nightmare in this country. If I'm not wrong, I think you owe Kenyans, or the government owes Kenyans, to the tune of about 1.6 trillion in unsatisfied judgments. What are you going to do about this? Or would you agree with me that we should be amending the Government Proceedings Act and open up government property to attachment by auctioneers to satisfy judgments that are unpaid? And lastly, the CLE, the Council for Legal Education, which I think is as old as legal practice in the country, which is started with those practices of articled clerks at the Kenya School of Law of the same time. Do you think there is any necessity of having CLE and Kenya School of Law at the same time? Or should we now merge these two so that once you go to Kenya School of Law, you come out as an advocate, even if there are regulations formulated by CLE, but this idea of exams are by CLE, education or teaching is by KSL, is misnomer as far as we are concerned. What will be your position as regards those two dockets? And finally, as the AG, will you be prepared, and can you tell Kenyans that you will actually stand up personally as a seasoned lawyer, litigator of many years standing, to defend our government in courts? Because the reason why we have lost most of these cases, to be frank, is because you do not have experienced advocates there. Number two, those you sent are junior and possibly are missed meat to seasoned lawyers out there who sue the government. Will you stand up and defend that government personally?
Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable
Answer
Speaker,
those
sir, and honorable members. I was asked why the EACC should give an opinion. Honorable Speaker, sir, and members, I think this issue of vetting is also murky, because even at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, we get requests to clear people from different agencies. And we have been wondering on what capacity we would do that. So I wouldn't want to comment on why the EACC is giving an opinion, but I would want to say that the whole procedure of vetting needs to be relooked at so that what we do is impactful and informs decision making. What I would do if cases are being weaponized and politicized? As far as I'm concerned, public officers act in good faith, are required to follow the Constitution, to act in the public interest and the interest of administration of justice. Whoever does the opposite is not a public officer, is a criminal. I was told that drafting is very key. And I have not drafted any. When I was introducing myself, I articulated the legislations that I have personally led and have gone through this parliament and have never been declared unconstitutional. One, the Mutual Legal Assistance Act, the Anti-Corruption Legislations, the Organized Crimes Act, the Transfer of Prisoners Act, Cybercrime Legislation, the ODPP Act, the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, and several policies and procedures. And I can assure you that none of them has been declared unconstitutional. What is public participation? Public participation should be meaningful and impactful. As to what public participation should be is also a dicey area. And I think this is one area where we are testing our constitution. We have not come up with parameters of what is public participation. I think there is a need for a policy to give guideline or regulation on what public participation is. It might require a policy and then legislation, because I think Kenyans must be given an opportunity themselves to say what they want to see in terms of public participation. But it is an area that needs urgent consideration. And as we have agreed that our constitution is ripe for review, because it is provided for under the constitution, maybe this is one of those areas that will go back to Kenyans to relook at. Thank you. The image of the Office of the Attorney General. Oh.
Pardon?
The
question on the county.
Yes. The question on county governments.
And the legal fees.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, the impact of county governments is one of the areas that the interplay between the national government and the county governments is a bit cloudy. And should we have an opportunity to relook at our constitution, I think that is one area where we should put effort to see whether the objects of devolution are being achieved. From the perspective of the Director of Public Prosecutions, we also had that problem, where county attorneys were representing people or coming up with criminal laws without the participation of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. So I think when we download the functions that are given to the county governments and the national government, there is need to give guideline on where the boundary is, how far they can go. Because if we don't act together, there's no unity of purpose, we act in cross purposes, then the person who is benefiting is the person who is the enemy of our country. So I think that is one area that we need to relook at. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, my question, last one was not answered.
Which one?
Which is?
I just wanted, as a legal advisor of the executive, and we talked about, I just mentioned the issue of the recent demos and the people that were injured, killed. His Excellency the President himself talked about compensation. I wanted to get your comment on that and what advice you would give,
My
because
apologies.
the government would be the one that stands accused.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and members, as the custodian of people's rights, the Attorney General is also expected to uphold the rights of the people who have been injured and complainants and victims. I am aware that there is a Victims Compensation Act that has been legislated by this August House. There is an initiative to operationalize the Victim Compensation Board, which is under the Office of the Attorney General. As a prosecutor, compensation of victims is a very important tool in the fight against corruption, because many instances we have complainants who lose things. Either they are taken by accused persons or they are injured by people in government, but they don't get compensated. To buttress the gaps that I was talking about in the criminal justice system, I think the Victim Compensation Act and the Victim Compensation Board, I'm sorry if I don't get the names right, that fall under the Office of the Attorney General should be operationalized so that we give the parameters and the standards of compensation of victims. And that will also be a priority.
Morogara's questions? Many short ones. So you can run through them quickly.
Yes. The image of the Office of the Attorney General. It is my vision that if I'm confirmed, I would strive to make sure that the Office of the Attorney General is that office that is described under the Constitution, that it is the people's lawyer. Whether or not I will meet that standard will depend on my actions. I have been given the tools, I have been given the legislations, and it is my hope with proper support and the support of this House, we are able to make that office what it ought to be. Whether or not I will be able to go to court to defend the government, Honorable Speaker, sir, and members of this committee, I will lead from the front. About CLE, I'd already talked about it. And I wouldn't want to go into the nuances of the report, but I think this is one of the issues that is captured. So once confirmed, I will go back and relook at those reports and review the two legislations that are pending before Parliament.
If confirmed.
I'm sorry, my lord. He almost made me think that had already been confirmed. Sorry. I'm sorry, sir. If confirmed, I will again go and relook at those two reports and look at the two legislations that are pending before this House, and it will be a priority, and I will be coming back to you with proposals, and I will be coming back to you to seek assistance. And you have helped me when I was in the office of the DPP. We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you.
Big pending cumulative awards.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and honorable members, I am informed and I know that some of these awards maybe are not big, but it is the interest that accrue, especially if it is compound interest. To enable me satisfactorily answer that, once, if I am confirmed, I undertake to take an audit of what is pending, the reasons why they are pending, the challenges in satisfying the orders, and I'll be able to give a satisfactory answer. Thank you.
Can we have Daoud, Honorable Emase, Honorable Mukami, those three? Then we'll be left with the remainder. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senior Counsel, you just mentioned that Constitution, you would consider Constitution changes if possible. I want to put it to you because I've given to our Speaker. I'm waiting for the legal counsel from Parliament to draft it. Would you consider that because of the Gen Zs, particularly now, I have made a suggestion where we need to do away with the Senate. I have said we do not need to have governors. We revert back probably to mayors of counties who would run the political angle of the county, whereas the administrative would have clerks like town clerks used to be there before. With that, then we establish a committee in Parliament, which in the National Assembly, by the way, when I say Parliament, I mean just National Assembly and not the Senate, where we would have a committee on devolution to take care of the counties so that we reduce all that baggage which is there, because basically Senate takes care of counties, which can be done by a committee of Parliament, of National Assembly. The same thing can be done. Would you consider something like that to be feasible for change of the law? I know it may involve the referendum or something. Secondly, the Office of the Public Trustee, until 3 months back, I never knew they would do a succession case, which has been done. There was a property I bought from somebody, and they had gone through a public trustee instead of going through succession in court, which takes a lot of money and time as well. But the problem was public trustee took more time than a succession course. Would you consider devolving all, if you are approved, the public trustee to each and every county? Because currently what is there in our region is in the old provincial headquarters, that is Embu. Would you consider, and would you publicize it so that many people know that there is an office of public trustee which can do those cases, and I think they're practically free. There is not much involved in that. Would you consider that? Thank you.
Honorable Emase.
Thank you. Speaker, through you, my concern still goes to public participation. I know it's been mentioned, but I'm asking it in a different context. Nominee, the Attorney General's office is a lead coordinating agency on the realization of the draft Kenya policy and public participation. But Kenyans are dissatisfied with the manner in which we conduct public participation. And recently, most of the legislators have suffered in the hands of our constituents because they feel there was no transparent and accessible public participation. Now, in view of the public expectations, what are your thoughts on public participation? Because as it stands now, the committee conducting public participation sits in some boardroom or hotel in Nairobi, receives submissions from members of the public who are able to get to that venue, while those in far-flung areas are left with online avenue to send their submissions through email or whichever other means. So, in view of the dissatisfaction by the public, what are your thoughts about how we should conduct our public participation going forward? My second concern goes to the Advocates Complaints Commission and the Disciplinary Tribunal. Again, I put it to you that many Kenyans are suffering in the hands of rogue lawyers. They receive benefits on behalf of the clients, they squander. They are given services and paid, they don't deliver. And it takes almost forever for these Kenyans to get any redress. Are these institutions effective? Or what are you going to do, if approved, to ensure that Kenyans get redress when they find themselves in these situations? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To the nominee, the weakest link in the fight against corruption is a prosecution of persons accused of economic crimes. The other day, again, I went to Nyeri prison, and I realized that the most poor people, the young mothers, those who don't have lawyers to represent them, they are the ones who are rotting in jail. And yet, they have petty crimes. I would really like to know what you are going to do about it, if approved. Thank you.
Nominee, answer those three.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. As I had said before, we exercise liberal democracy by the people and for the people. And the rule of law requires that when we make laws, people must participate in making of laws. The laws must be available. The laws must be accessible. It is therefore my submission, Mr. Speaker, sir, as to what should be changed in the constitutional constitution or reviewed in the constitution will depend on what Kenyans will decide. I would therefore be happy if part of those recommendations are part of the things that Kenyans would recommend, then they will take the natural legislative process. I'm not able to answer as a person, because the process has to start from the people. But if accepted, they will be part of what will be reviewed. The Office of the Public Trustee. It is not that I will do, or whether I will do. If approved to this position, I am aware that the Cabinet has directed the Office of the Attorney General to decentralize to the 47 counties. I am aware this is one of the people-facing departments whose services are required to the lowest level. It will therefore be my responsibility and priority to make sure that the Public Trustee Department is devolved and decentralized. Secondly, there is a need to conduct public education and awareness on the services being rendered by this department. If approved, I undertake from the first week to put in a mechanism where the Office of the Attorney General will conduct cafes. We did this from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, where every Friday would have an ODPP cafe, where deputy directors, prosecution counsel, and even experts from outside would educate Kenyans. So I will approach it from the purview of strategic communication. I will involve the media, civil society, and Kenyans, and make sure that the services of the Office of the Attorney General are taken to the people, are unknown to the people. I also know that the rule of law requires that laws and procedures must be available in a language that we understand. There is a need, Mr. Speaker, sir, so many years after independence, all criminal laws and procedures and all laws are still in English. People cannot access them. Deaf people cannot access them. There is a need for us to make that law accessible in a manner and in a language that can be understood by the people. So there's also a need to make those services understandable and accessible in a manner that people can understand. Thanks.
Speaker, I just want clarification on the constitutional amendment which I've spoken about. The nominees...
Okay, he asked whether you will support a constitutional amendment.
Yeah, she has said it has to come from the public. So are you telling us that as legislators, if we bring that constitutional amendment, if it is approved through the Speaker, that it may fail because of it has not originated from the public?
Both the honourable member and the nominee, the process of amending the Constitution is defined in the Constitution itself. It can't be any different. You can bring a constitutional amendment bill. You can go by way of popular initiative that will lead to a referendum. So none of you is limited in what you can do, except that it must be done in accordance with the Constitution itself.
Okay. Because she just mentioned it would be done through public participation only. No, if I heard her right.
Did you say that, nominee?
Honorable sir, Honorable Speaker, sir, and members, I said it has to be by the people, and the House represents the people.
Go ahead.
I was asked about public participation. Riding from the recent court case, we have been guided that public participation should be meaningful and impactful. As to what should be public participation is where the problem is. And as I had said before, there is a need for us to come up with standards and involve the public to come up with standards and expectation of what public participation should be. And once we have that, we'll be able to direct and make sure that every legislation goes through the envisaged standard and expectation of the people.
Honorable Speaker, if I can.
Maybe if I can, I rarely participate at this level, but I want to ask you, what we are grappling with is we have bills that go through the bicameral process. Starts from the Senate, ends in the National Assembly, and vice versa. If you find favor and you become the Attorney General and the principal legal advisor to the government, assisting all institutions, including Parliament, what would be your view in a situation where courts are striking out legislation on the basis of public participation, but you'll find that a bill emanating from, say, the National Assembly has gone through the entire hog of public participation. Going to this, let me give you an example. We had the sugar bill. Came from the National Assembly. The committee went to all the sugar growing areas, Ramisi, Rongo, Awendo, Mumias, Mohoroni, Miwani, Nzoia, all over. Picked views. The bill is passed, goes to the next house. Again, they pick it and embark on the same journey. Going to Miwani to talk to the same people that National Assembly talked to, and so on and so forth. Would you, if you found favor and became the Attorney General, engineer a legislation that will give a threshold of public participation and find whether public participation by one house is public participation deemed to have been done by the other house, except where there are gaps? Or what would be your thinking? Yes, Emas.
And Honorable Speaker, it will become even more cumbersome because going by the recent pronouncements by the Court of Appeal while invalidating the Finance Bill 2023, now Parliament is obligated to do public participation on each and every amendment, even to an old bill, treating it as if it's a new one. So now we're asking ourselves, what exactly should this public participation entail? Are we going to be going back to the people every time we're doing each and every small thing? I think that needs serious clarification and thoughts.
Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to in on this.
Same issue?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Participation. Nominee, thank you that you're a lawyer of good standing. Probably you can help this country. Public participation. I read the judgment on the finance bill. They said we introduced new clauses on the floor of the House, which is actually the reason why third reading happens, you know, and the committee of the whole House, where we debate and, you know, say, no, let's change this, let's change this. But a court says we should not do that, you know. Every time I have an opportunity to introduce or to change a clause on the floor of the House, I have to take it to public participation. Then now come back again.
I take judicial notice that that matter is now pending before the Supreme Court, and therefore is sub judice.
Yes. But I also want to...
But you can talk about public participation in general terms, because the process consumes public resources and public time.
Yes.
When is public participation adequate for purposes of legislation?
Yes, on the same. Also, and we have a situation where every judge now has his own set of what public participation should be, and therefore they bring out judgments on this is not public participation, and yet another court somewhere ruled on what public participation should be and should not. You are a good lawyer of good standing. I want to give that to you. How do you help this country?
Nominated from Honorable Posing. You know, that is a very emotive area now because it is causing a lot of rampers all over. Posing?
I agree with you, our senior, our speaker, that it is a very juicy area, particularly this of public participation. Because, and it's good that the nominee here is likely to become the next Attorney General should she find favor of Parliament.
Don't prejudge.
If approved by Parliament.
If found, okay, yeah.
Yeah, she might be, Speaker, you don't know. I don't know also. But what I'm saying, Speaker, this might be an opportunity for her to listen to us as the people of Kenya, that public participation thing need to be thought about very clearly so that it doesn't curtail the role of parliamentarian. Because then if you say everything is public participation, including amendments at the committee of the whole House, which is provided for in Article 95. So what is going on? So I think, Honorable Speaker, this is a very juicy matter that the nominee, should she get a favor of Parliament, should dive into, as I call it, a low-hanging fruit. Otherwise, we will be confusing a country in terms of legislation.
Thank
you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, and members of this committee. Adequate or meaningful or impactful public participation will be public participation that corresponds with the requirements of the Constitution. Constitutionalism requires that if there are provisions in the Constitution and we need to practice them and to promote them, there has to be guidance in form of regulations, legislation, and policy. And that is the reason why it was my view that there is need for a policy, because from the seat of the executive, or if I'm confirmed as the Attorney General, it will be my duty to propose a policy to Cabinet and to instigate a process of policy making with a view to legislation. Then the legislation will come before this August House. So there is a need for regulation through policy and legislation.
If you find favor and become our Attorney General, that is one of the milestones we would look to you to assist Parliament. Within what period do you think you can be able to give the country a Public Participation Act, regulations, and rules?
If approved by this House,
yes,
and if appointed and sworn in to serve in the capacity of the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya, 100 days.
We will hold you to that if you get there.
Yes. May I answer something about the Advocates Complaints Commission?
Yes.
The Advocates Complaints Commission is also under the Office of the Attorney General, but the Disciplinary Tribunal is not under the Attorney General. There is a need for the Office of the Attorney General to review the capacity, the structure of the Advocates Complaints Commission, because they only have one panel that is sitting now. If approved for this post, I would also think that there is a need for us to sieve the cases that go through the Complaints Commission so that the very trivial ones do not clog the system. We only deal with the more complex ones. But otherwise, there's a need to take an audit and come up with good resolutions on how we can structure the department. Thank you.
All the questions answered? Okay, so we can now move. Your question, which one?
Questions.
By Honorable Mokami, I think it was about the mothers and vulnerable people who are in prison. Is it?
And the fight against corruption. Yeah, in the economic crime.
Do you remember it, Nominee, or do you want her to repeat?
Yes, I do remember.
Okay.
Yes. About the mothers, the young people, and the children who are in custody, they are clients of the Director of Public Prosecutions, but the Director of the Public Prosecutions is using the tools that are available to him. So issues of expediting hearing of cases, issues of making pretrial detention shorter, legal representation, are not within the purview of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And that is the reason why, as the Attorney General, this is an area that I'm passionate about. I am going to do all it takes to come back to this Parliament to persuade you that we need to relook at our criminal justice laws. I do not think, from the heart that I wear, that we are achieving the purposes of punishment, being retribution, rehabilitation, and restoration. Is the prosecution the weakest link in the fight against corruption? I was asked. The criminal justice system acts as a chain, and each one of us has a role to play. I know that the sector has been suffering from capacity, budgetary allocation, sometimes inadequate, insufficient investigations. If approved as the Attorney General, I will bring in other tools to help in the fight against corruption. One, we would strengthen the operationalization of Chapter 6 of the Constitution by clarifying what government agencies can do. We will use the forums that we have, like the NCAJ, where the Attorney General sits, to review the process of hearing of corruption cases. It has to be shortened, and I'm happy to report that as a prosecutor, I know the President has recommended shortening of the time that corruption cases should be heard. There is also a need for us to use a tool called asset forfeiture and confiscation so that we take out the profits from the accused persons. if that tool was used, will make crime to be less attractive to the accused persons. We will also try to share resources and enhance the capacity of the officers. So each of the criminal justice sector agencies is suffering from something, but if we work together collaboratively, supported by this House, we'll be able to put in mechanisms to deal with corruption. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Mishi, Honorable Raso, and Honorable Mule in that order.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, before my question, I also want to add what our nominee has just said, that it is one of the areas where if approved, she's going to put some reforms on the issue of presidential pardon. Because what we have been seeing, it is done politically. Those who have demonstrated that they have reformed and they need to have that presidential pardon, they don't access that. So while you say you have a passion on that area, on the prisoners, please also include the issue of presidential pardon. And Honorable Chairman, my question will also be on corruption, but in a different angle. And I just want to say that despite that we have so many laws regarding corruption, what are you going to ensure that there is consistently enforced? Because the problem here is enforcement, or rather implementation of the laws which have already legislated. And on the same perspective, how are you going to protect whistleblowers and witnesses who come forward with information about corrupt cases? On the same breath, one of the areas which we have found, there is a lot of corruption and wastages, it is on public procurement. So how are you going to ensure that you protect public funds, you also ensure there is transparency, there is accountability, so that at least the issue of austerity measure can be achieved? I thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Mishi. Raso? Honorable Raso?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Senior Counsel, you rightly said justice is expensive. And indeed, it is in our country. Our courts or our judiciary borrows heavily from other jurisdictions. When you look at America, they have the People's Court, trial by jury. These are many areas that actually make it that the citizenry are able to access justice speedily. If you are confirmed, would you find it favorable to have battery of lawyers in the state law office, that Kenyans actually could go to the state law office and get counsels or advocates who can represent them in court in actually at a fee, where many Kenyans are able to access justice. Secondly, it is in the area of court reforms. If you look currently, there are many emerging issues: cyber crimes, cryptocurrency crime, bullying on the internet. There are many things that today is facing the world, and Kenyans are not exceptional to that. If you are confirmed by the House, would you find it favorable to actually have new courts that address these frontiers? These are teething issues to the Kenyan. And finally, what is your opinion on alternative dispute resolution? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Stephen Mule.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, nominee. The Office of Public Trustee operates within the organizational framework of the Division of the Administrator General in the Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Despite this, the public has limited access and knowledge of the public trustee services. What initiative are you going to put in place to communicate to the public to offer services from this office? And you know very well, the President has been on record saying that there has been very poor communication on what government is doing, it can do to the public. I want to hear your views.
Nominee, you can answer those three.
Presidential pardon. Honorable Speaker, sir, and honorable members. I was privileged to chair, on behalf of the Attorney General, presidential pardons for about 10 years before the Power of Mercy Committee. I can assure you, honorable speakers and honorable members, when I chaired on behalf of the Attorney General, we did what was required under the law. The Power of Mercy Committee falls under the office of the Attorney General. I would expect that the Power of Mercy Committee acts in accordance with public interest, good governance, and in the interest of the administration of justice. From the information given today, if confirmed or if approved, that is one of the areas that we'll relook at on what legislation or how they dispense their mandate. The issue of corruption. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, corruption has been defined and corruption is a crime. The Director of Public Prosecution prosecutes what has been taken to him by investigating officers. The law requires him to either prosecute, to order further investigations, to take back or to close. I want to assume that whichever action that he takes, it is done in the public interest and in the interest of the administration of justice. Tools like whistleblower legislation are very important in the fight against corruption. I am informed, I am aware that a whistleblower legislation is underway and that will assist the fight against corruption. I am aware that the Witness Protection Agency is in place, but it lacks capacity. It was a department within the office of the DPP, but it was made independent. It is contributing to the fight against corruption and organized crime, but it lacks capacity. Since the Attorney General also superintends the Witness Protection Agency, we will review the structure and the requirements and the challenges of the Witness Protection Agency, and together with other justice actors, we will come back to you on the way forward, because I think it will still need budgetary allocation. Justice is expensive, and we need court reforms because of emerging issues. Honorable speakers and honorable members, we have emerging issues in criminal law and civil law, political and economic laws. However, issues like cryptocurrency have not yet been legislated or regulated. As we speak today, I am assisting a neighboring country to come up with regulations on virtual assets and virtual asset providers, which include cryptocurrency. I hope that, if approved or confirmed to my position, I will use my expertise to recommend to government that we need regulations and laws in the new emerging areas. But we also must encourage alternative dispute resolution because it provided for under the Constitution. They, to some extent, produce quality justice where courts is not involved and where the parties agree to go to alternative dispute resolution. And that is the reason why when it comes to criminal law, I was also speaking about alternatives to prosecutions that can be embraced, including diversion, deferred prosecution agreements, alternatives to trial, let's say plea bargaining, but in a way that it satisfies the administration of justice and public interest. Thank you. About public trustee, I had spoken about public trustee, but it is one of the services that, if confirmed as the Attorney General, as a quick win, we will make sure that it is cascaded to all the counties, 47 counties, and I hope that the Director of Public Prosecutions will be good enough to share his resources with us, even if we start with this one, because it will decrease the number of cases that go to court, and it will shorten the time within which we resolve issues. I also know that the public trustee is supposed to help mediation in inheritance matters, but since they are not on the ground, they cannot do that. So it is a very, very important service that should go to the people. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up on what Honorable Rahab talked about women. And there is something I was bringing, but it was declared unconstitutional. A penal code. Would you consider, because she has talked about women in jails, and women go with young children to prison, would you consider bringing legislation to remove the children from the prison, the under fives? How would you take it? So that we do not have women who are serving sentence with children under 5 in the prisons.
Chair, part of my question has not been answered.
Which one?
This is about the wastages on public procurement. And Chairman, I've asked this question because I'm just looking, I'm putting a reference on what happened during the COVID-19 period, whereby we lost a lot of billions of money in terms of purchasing of masks. And I don't know whether how, as an AG, you're going to be advising the government in terms of public procurement. So I've not had any answers from her.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Senior Counsel, my follow-up question, which you did not really answer, is the issue of legal aid. To have battery of lawyers in the state law office so that many Kenyans can access justice, so that lawyers are affordable and individuals can approach any court. It doesn't matter who they are in society. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Speaker, there's someone who has asked me to ask this question, and I think it's a fundamental one. Nominee, under the Office of the Attorney General Act, Section 14, the Solicitor General shall assist the Attorney General in the performance of the duties of the Attorney General, and it prescribes how. What do you think if the executive or the president overrides you or works directly to get advice from the Solicitor General and not from you if you are approved by this committee and the National Assembly?
About women in prison. Honorable Speakers and honorable members, I know that women sometimes are detained in prisons and they have children. And I talked about the conditions of detention of vulnerable people within the criminal justice sector. It is not only women, but if you go to police stations and prisons, you'll hardly see detention facilities for children, for women, for men, demarcated, even for the disabled. So there is a need to relook at the whole criminal justice sector and the conditions of detention so that we can dignify people who go through them. Wastages of public, under public procurement. Honorable Speaker, sir, and members, public procurement is one area that gives birth to many cases of corruption. There is a need to ascertain that all MDAs and government institutions adhere to the requirements of Public Procurement Act, and it is the responsibility of the Attorney General to advise them on how to adhere to the requirements of the legislations. So it would be my duty to advise the MDAs and government agencies on what is required of them should we find that the legislation is not adequate. For example, I know that under the Public Procurement Act, Section 134, contracts of above 5 billion are the ones that are approved by the Attorney General. The rest are done by the MDAs, but sometimes they end up to be the ones that have been more impactful negatively. So there will be a need to look at the whole of that regime and see how effective we can be. About the SG, I think if I'm confirmed as the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya, I take the view that the Attorney General is the head of the functions that are prescribed under the Constitution. The structure and how the Attorney General's office will work will depend on how a particular Attorney General structures. Because if you are an assistant, you are an assistant, everything goes by, with, and on the signature of the holder of the office. So it will depend on the structure. But if the functions are given to you by legislation, then you are answerable to them. So I think it will depend on personalities, not really, but the law as provided under the Constitution and legislation and regulation, and again on the structure and how the two offices work practically. Yes, thank you.
Do you think the law should be amended?
Nominee, yes, Mary?
Important concern. Honorable Speaker, through you, nominee, there's a lot of wastage of resources through litigation, MDAs taking each other to court, departments in one institution taking each other to court, and government ends up losing a lot of money. What are your thoughts about coming up with an alternative dispute resolution, where if it is a dispute between two ministries or departments, it can be resolved amicably through dialogue so that we can save money? Or like a case in point, Senate and National Assembly. Thank you.
Yes, nominee.
I totally agree that the first point of call should be alternative dispute resolution. Thank you.
Yeah, now we're approaching the end, nominee. There's immense interest from the public in this process. We have received not less than, we have received 25 messages coming from the public. Some overlap, some you have talked to, some you have answered, and some are identical. So they have asked the Deputy Speaker to sieve out a few and put them to you before I come to one or two things. Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I think, as you said, there's 25 questions, and when I went through them, a lot of them have already been covered by the nominee through the questions by the honorable members, but there are just two that stand out that haven't been answered, three actually haven't been answered yet. One is, it says that Kenya's legal framework still includes outdated laws that are inconsistent with the 2010 Constitution. As Attorney General, what's your plan for reviewing and updating these laws? And then the other one is international trade agreements. It's an international trade agreement. It says Kenya's involvement in international trade agreements such as the Economic Partnership Agreement with the European Union and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement has significant legal implications because Kenya will need to align its trade tariffs, laws, and so on with that particular international agreement. How will you advise the government on how to go about aligning with this agreement and at the same time protecting government, Kenya's local industries? The third one was addressed to me by a gentleman called Elvis, who's from Uasin Gishu County, who is currently in a jail in Indonesia, has served a sentence for 10 years and has received parole, and therefore he's supposed to be released. But unfortunately, there is an agreement that's supposed to be between Kenya and Indonesia in order to be able to have him released. Apparently, Kenya hasn't signed that agreement. I have personally actually gone to the Githu Muigai as Attorney General, Kihara Kariuki as Attorney General, and even recently the current Attorney General. So he's just told me he probably is in luck. If we have a woman, maybe a woman will make a difference and help him get out of jail. And the other one is the issue about Kenya School of Law. You've already answered it, but the person has just added the question different from what the others have asked, saying that Kenya School of Law previously, as designed, used to be for students who had foreign law degrees and needed to customize their learning, like to learn civil procedure of Kenya, criminal procedure of Kenya. But today, all students, foreign and local, go to the Kenya School of Law. So they study civil procedure at degree level in the university for a whole year. Then they are re-examined again at Kenya School of Law. They study civil procedure for 3 months and are examined, and then they fail. Yet they had passed it at degree level, and now they're being told they're failed at diploma level. And they think that it's just now a money-making scheme by those people who run the Kenya School of Law. So some are questions, some are statements, but you can comment on them so that the public knows that you're with them. Thank you.
The first one was that the Kenya legal framework, many laws are obsolete. It is true. I serve as a commissioner at Kenya Law Reform Commission, and the Kenya Law Reform Commission is going to fall under the Attorney General. There is an initiative now of checking all the obsolete laws and the ones that are not responsive to the Constitution. We will enhance that initiative. If I take the example of criminal laws, we still have laws like drunk and disorderly, loitering, and in Mombasa there's one called Maineo. We should not be crimes at all. So there is an initiative by the Law Reform Commission, because mostly they take in the young people and the vulnerable. And these are not laws that should not be...
We still have also a law called rogues and vagabonds.
That is correct. And
when a policeman takes you to court, the only evidence that you didn't have money.
And Honorable Speaker, sir, these laws were made during colonial periods because they were supposed to curtail the movement of Africans. But they have found their way to this era. We have to relook at those laws, and it is my view, and it is our view as the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, that there are many laws that we should decriminalize. So the Kenya Law Reform Commission is working on it, and as if confirmed as the Attorney General, I will put that as an initiative. About the trade agreements, I'm not seized of the matter, so I'll not be able to know or juxtapose the facts and the law to know where the challenge is. The person who's been in custody for 10 years, unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, sir, I'm the one who spearheaded the Transfer of Prisoners Act, and I know the requirements under the Act. So we have the Act, but we are required to have bilateral agreements with the country before we can enforce. So I think that is what is missing and should be relooked into. Issues of Kenya School of Law are spoken to. I think it is a very volatile issue. And some of these issues being brought forward were covered by the 2 reports I've talked about, and they are part of the 2 legislations that are pending before Parliament, and I've said I'll make it a priority if confirmed. I remember.
Thank you. Yes.
Just a clarification. When she was doing her introduction and her performance in the offices, I had her talk about torting. They said torting as a charge. Did she mean to say that...
touting, you mean?
Touting.
Yes.
Did she mean to say that the office of ODPP has suggested that touting should not be charged? Or I thought I had. Maybe just a clarification.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and honorable members, when a prosecutor is making a decision to charge, apart from sufficiency of evidence, apart from passing the public interest test, and apart from knowing that there is a reasonable prospect of conviction, we are supposed to consider whether the punishment is meaningful, whether it is serving the administration of justice. Touting is an unmoved crime, where you just make noise at a bus stop. We fill our jails with these people. We think that there is a mechanism because the Matatu started having SACCOs. So the Director of Public Prosecutions directed that we could divert those cases to SACCOs to deal with. And I think the Director of Public Prosecutions is allowed under the law to divert cases that should not go through the system. And I repeat again that not all cases where there is evidence, there should be prosecution.
That is correct. Now, nominee, let me start from there. In the old days, local authorities that have been succeeded by county governments used to have local codes for dealing with minor things like nuisance, licensing, and so on. And many of them used to help generate revenue, but also did not carry custodial penalties at every level. To decongest the clog of work at the ODPP, I know it's an independent office, but you are the principal legal advisor to the entire government. Would you consider looking at the possibility of decongesting the mainstream courts and the ODPP by giving some limited role of counties to deal with cases of licensing, nuisance, what the touts you are talking about, the most you can charge them is public nuisance, and all those that can be dealt with without attracting custodial penalties. Secondly, the point raised by Russell, I have been advised, and I believe it to be true, that in our neighbor Tanzania, the Office of the Attorney General is a big law firm. You advise the government, but you also assist the people, especially in cases where citizens are engaged in a legal tussle without involving the state. So the Attorney General's office will have no dog in that fight. Would you consider a situation where you revamp the Office of the Attorney General, have branches in counties, and assist wananchi who have issues against each other? Somebody comes to the AG's office, some bwenyenye somewhere is dispossessing them of their land, and your lawyers help to defend them at nominal fees, instead of leaving them to the vagaries of very expensive legal practitioners and so on and so forth. Thirdly, the Office of Public Trustee that Mule talked about is a very important office. When we talk about the Attorney General, you can see we have concentrated on prosecutions and all those other things. The Office of Public Trustee is critical in helping the poor, the weak in society, who are routinely dispossessed of their inheritance by those who have capacity and money because they cannot afford to have legal representation. Some of them go to chiefs. Chiefs also have their own weaknesses, and so on and so forth. How will you revamp the Office of the Public Trustee to be able to help, one, proper communication to the public, that you exist, and what you can do so that people know where you are, who you are, and how to come to you for assistance, so that they can be able to deal with their inheritance issues. Thirdly, it may be a comment or a question. One of the issues, nominee, that you'll have to also address is the complex agreements and contracts that the government enters. You remember the mega scams in this country, Anglo leasing, Goldenberg, name it. When the suspects go to court, their defense is always the Attorney General approved, the Attorney General advised, the Attorney General signed. And the country ends up losing billions and billions of shillings. And because of the manner in which the Attorney General either advised or signed or approved, the criminals who have frisked money from the coffers of the public go scot-free. What are you going to do differently if you are approved that will help save the country in this regard? Because every single government transaction ends up on the Attorney General's desk for approval or for opinion. Will you have the time, if you are approved, to have sufficient capacity? On alone, you can't do it. You must have good lawyers. The Office of the Attorney General is notorious for not paying well to its lawyers. And that's why many of the lawyers start there, and eventually they scatter into private practice. What will you do to attract the best within the market and do the best for the country? Yes, Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Just a quick one. Company X, I'm just withholding the name because this is specific, is having a fraud case that has been lying at the ODPP's office for 4 years without anyone taken to court. The company is now under liquidation. What is the comment of the nominee? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Respond to those. Let her finish that first.
The first question was whether the DPP would be minded to cede some of his powers to courts, to county courts, to deal with minor offenses.
You don't even cede power, you delegate. That's not ceding.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and honorable members of this committee, the ODPP has come up with delegated prosecution guidelines where we delegate to other agencies prosecution mandate.
Public, make it known.
That is correct. We'll make it public, we'll make it known. I will, if approved, I will consult with other actors and see whether that is one of the avenues that can be employed. Yes. The Office of the Attorney General is supposed to be the lawyer for the people. And in fact, that is why I talked about National Legal Aid Services. It has to be operationalized. And it is targeting indigent people, the vulnerable people. So if that is operationalized, we will need counsel to implement. If approved, I vision the Office of the Attorney General that is represented in all the 47 counties and in all the court stations, that is accessible, that is available, that can give legal advice to all Kenyans when and at a place that is required. I had already spoken about the public trustee. I understand. If approved to this position, that is one of the areas that we'll have to work on very fast, but already Cabinet has ordered that the services of the Office of the Attorney General must be taken to the counties, and they're working on it. About complex agreements and contracts. If you find favor with me, I think this is one area where the Attorney General must consult with Cabinet to agree that there has to be standards on how contracts are drafted. There has to be a central place which ensures quality assurance, because what we talk about here is a matter of quality, not quantity. There is a need that every public officer who acts on behalf of government is acting in the public interest and in the interest of administration of justice. So there is a need of a mechanism that ensures quality and then ensures that the decision making or the regulation that is superintending contract agreements and complex contracts and agreements is known by all MDAs, is adhered to, is monitored, and in case of violation, appropriate action is taken.
One or two more before I give to Mary. Somebody from says, good afternoon. Please ask the nominee for AG to explain how she'll help poor people who lost money through pyramid schemes, commonly known as DECI, when the government collected the money through unclaimed assets. Note that. A senior citizen called Sami Louis says, there is a 64-page document that was compiled jointly by the Minister of Devolution and Planning and Council of Governors in 2016 County Public Participation Guidelines, which could be of help to the Attorney General nominee in clarifying what public participation should entail. I'll give you one more. Ask the AG nominee whether she envisions a criminal justice system where all parties have adequate legal representation in cases where accused parties don't have lawyers. Is it possible to have a public defender? I think this you have talked about. Then ask the AG nominee if she has plans of having Kenya Sign Language interpreters at the State Law Office to serve the deaf. And lastly, that is a compliment to the committee, not to you. And lastly, somebody has sent a message that the recent protests by the Gen Z brought to question the issue of realization of the right to picket vis-a-vis the role of security organs to enforce order. What, in your view, should be done to ensure the realization of the right to picket and maintenance of public order? Can you respond to those? Mary, you'll then come in.
Thank you, Honorable Speakers and Honorable Members. I have been asked a question about a matter that has been pending in the office of the DPP for 4 years. I'm not seized of the matter, so I will not be able to respond. How the Office of the Attorney General would help poor people who have lost money. Honorable Speaker, sir, and honorable members, I talked about the Asset Recovery Agency. One of the mandate of the Asset Recovery Agency is to recover monies that are tainted from criminals, even if they are not prosecuted. This is an area that the Attorney General, if confirmed, should work together with the Director of Public Prosecutions and investigative agencies. If these cases are not viable through the through prosecution system, then they have to be dealt with through civil asset forfeiture and confiscation, and we'll consider that. About the 64-page document, it can be sent, if approved, it will be sent to us.
You will look for it.
I will look for it, sir.
Yeah.
Criminal justice sector where all parties. Honorable Speaker, sir.
It's the same thing we talked about.
Yes, yes.
Growing your office
yes.
to a big public law firm.
Yes, sir.
Supporting not only the government, but the people of the country as well.
Yes, sir.
Whatever departments you call it, but people need help.
That is true, sir. I totally agree. About protest by the Gen Z, about Kenya Sign Language, I'd spoken about a requirement or an attribute of the rule of law that requires that laws must be available, accessible, in a language and in a manner that is accessible to the people. And sign language is one of such manners, one of such languages that the law should be available. So I think this is an area to consider.
The last issue that I mentioned about picketing and so on,
yes.
Constitutional right.
Yes.
If you go to a country like UK,
yes.
there are demonstrations every single day.
Yes.
But they have designated areas. If you go to UN, I'm sure you have gone to the UN to attend meetings. Just across the street near the Trump Tower and other buildings there, there's a place there where people stand there, shout at presidents of countries they don't like, and do all sorts of things the whole day without disrupting law and order. And they end up going home. In the UK, you go to Hyde Park, insult the Prime Minister, insult everybody, say your obscenities, you finish, you go home. And nobody bothers. You go to the House of Commons, across the road you find a group of people demonstrating, displaying placards. Work is going on. As Attorney General, how do you, by law and public awareness and communication, assist the country that those who want to demonstrate and make their views known have the right to do so, but they have no right to disrupt the life cycle of others? We should not have a situation where, because I want to demonstrate, you have to close your shop. Because I want to demonstrate, you have to close your school. Because I want to demonstrate, you have to abandon your work and go home early, or not leave your house at all. Demonstrations are not supposed to be nightmares. There are processes of people actively and openly expressing their views. As Attorney General, what's your view on this?
Honorable Speaker, sir, and members, Honorable Speaker, you have assisted me in answering that question. Communication and public awareness, both to the law enforcement agencies and to the citizen. I know that should there be a public demonstration, when you commit a criminal offense, you take individual responsibility for your action. Therefore, picketing and committing criminal offenses is different. But I agree that there is a need for clarification, public awareness, and sensitization on the parameters of exercising those rights under the Constitution, since they don't fall under those rights that cannot be derogated. Thanks.
Yes, Mary Massey.
Chairman, I want to ask a question that has been sent to me by a Kenyan. Honorable Nominee, the question is, considering the tragic events that unfolded in Shakahola, which highlighted the dangerous influence of unchecked religious cults, what specific legal framework do you propose to regulate religious organizations without infringing on constitutional freedoms? How do you intend to ensure that such regulations are enforced effectively across all religions, including remote areas where oversight is often lacking? And the second one is on registration of companies. This Kenyan is saying, given the current bureaucratic delays and regulatory challenges in the registration of both foreign and local companies in Kenya, which hinder economic growth and deter foreign investment, what comprehensive reforms do you plan to implement to streamline this process? How will you ensure that these reforms reduce the timelines and enhance transparency without compromising the integrity of the registration process? Thank you.
Yes, Nominee, can you answer those, and those will be the last? I don't want any other member to raise your hands.
Honorable Speaker, sir, about business registration, if confirmed, then it would be my responsibility to re-engineer the processes and procedures in that department to make sure that it provides timely, efficient services to the public. Appearing before you today, I'm not seized with the challenges that they face, so I'm not able to say exactly how I will respond, but it will be one of the things that we shall review and look at wholly. The other question was on remind me of the first question, sir.
From Mary.
From the Kenyan.
Shakahola
and regulation of religious leadership. Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and honorable members of this committee, I am aware, like any other Kenyans, that there was a task force and they have presented their report to the President. If confirmed to this position, I'm sure I'll be part of the public officers that will be given responsibility to implement the recommendations of that report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nominee. We're coming to the end of our engagement with you. I'll ask you one or two final questions. Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No, sir.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party within Kenya?
No, sir.
Do you hold citizenship of any other country other than Kenya?
No, sir.
What is your net worth in terms of personal fortune?
Honorable Speaker, sir, my family net worth, because since my late husband died, we have not distributed amongst my children. So the total family worth is 85 million.
85 million. Made of?
I have I have an OGW, Order of the Grand Warrior of Kenya, EBS, Elder.
What is the 85 million is
Made of.
Is it cars? Is it land?
Part of it is land.
It houses?
It is land.
Is it shares? Cash in the bank?
It is land. It is house. It is houses, and a car.
And a car. Thank you. There are people who send in memorandum against you. One called Eliud Karanja Matindi, Dennis Kangeti Itui, Charles Idaho. But we find the memorandum they have sent against you all irrelevant to your being considered for suitability. There's one that came through questions and you responded, and you also wrote to us about it. So we come to an end of our engagement, and we wish you well.
Honorable Speaker, I had something to say.
Yes or no? We checked your documents against what we have on you.
Yes.
We found them to be in order. You're saying something?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, sir. I wanted to say that in considering me to this position, I am an alumni of the inaugural and highest level leadership program of national transformation that is offered by the Kenya School of Government. It is a new program which is thoughtfully designed to develop the competencies of higher level public officials to formulate innovative policies and strategies that should culminate in the transformation of our country into developed, industrialized nation akin to the newly industrialized economies. This program, just like its predecessor course SLDP and SMC, is meant to imbue patriotism, commitment to upholding and stewarding the common good of society, and unwavering obligation to steer evidence-based transformation in our varied leadership position. I am in the first cohort of that program, and we are only 7.
What is the name of that course, the title of the course?
It's called Leadership Program for National Transformation Program.
Okay.
It is the highest course offered by Kenya School of Government. I'm in the first cohort. We are only 7, including 1 minister from Somali. And it is a course that all of us should consider, because if you go through that course, it impacts your leadership skills. Honorable Speaker, sir, let me thank you for listening to me. And Honorable Speaker, sir, from what I have said, it is clear that I've been favored and graced. This country has done a lot to me, and I think I owe the country service. Thank you.
Thank you, nominee Dorcas Agik Odwor. We've come to the end of this interaction, and unless you are otherwise lawfully held, you are discharged to go back to your duties.
Thank you.
Sergeant, you get first the documents of the nominee and give them back to her. Then assist the nominee to escort her back to, and I see you're armed with Tom Onyango. Senior lawyer, senior to you, but junior to me.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Honorable members, we got an accolade from a gentleman called Linus Kaikai, which you all know. He says, very well done. You are more judge here than speaker. I must say you are running such a just and fair court. That is not my compliment, it's for all of you. Yes. Honorable members, we'll now adjourn. This is the end of today's engagement. We will, the clerk has some lunch for you. The Fourth Estate members, you are invited. You'll be told where to have the lunch. You will meet, honorable members, in this chamber on Tuesday at 8. Is that okay? Tuesday at 8, but because of traffic and other things, I prefer to invite you for breakfast at 7, Then at 8 we come here for the meeting, so that you don't say you are caught up in the traffic. Breakfast will be served at 7. We can all do breakfast, then come here to look at the draft report. If we find it appropriate and reflective of what we have gone through, then we prepare Tuesday afternoon, we table the report, and the rest will follow. Yes, Mary?
Honorable Speaker, I was going to suggest, since we only have 2 nominees, the media would have excused us and the staff. We make the decision and we leave our secretariat to go write the report. We just come and adopt.
No. We will only act on the basis of a draft report from the secretariat.
I stand,
we have not
guided.
We have not draft report before us.
This is not test was out.
And we don't want to create an impression that we came here with preconceived decisions. So, go for lunch.
Na mtazamaji, ni ruhusu nikatize tena. Kwa hivi sasa tunaarifiwa kwamba Seth Olale yuko tayari. Mtazamaji, ni picha za kipekee nyumbani mwa Jimmy Wanjigi za usiku wa kuamkia leo. Hali ilikuwaje? Seth Olale anatupeleka ndani ya nyumba ya Jimmy Wanjigi tuone hali halisi. Kwako Seth Olale.
Na asante sana Lulu Hassan. Mtazamaji, samahani kwa hitilafu hiyo ya kimitambo, lakini hivi sasa tuko nje ya nyumba ya mfanyi biashara Jimmy Wanjigi. Hapo awali tuliweza kuingia mle ndani, lakini kulikuwa tuna hitilafu ndogo kuhusu vile tunapeperusha habari hii moja kwa moja. Lakini hivi sasa cha muhimu ni kwamba familia ya Jimmy Wanjigi, kama unavyoona hapa, marafiki